Going on, Big Dog Philly, American Goddess. I was sitting there in the regular front chat trying to put American Goddess's chat in the thing, and I kept unmodding her. I was over here tripping. I was like, why is it doing that? I'm like, oh yeah, I'm in the wrong spot. But anyway, what's up? Hey, look, check this out. Let's look at it from this perspective, right? I'll be listening to people and I'm hearing everything. And look, Big Dog, that presentation, well, I sent you a message on that. That was a good presentation 3 years ago. Boy, I know that got a lot of responses. I was going to bring it up. There was a couple things I wanted to address, but I want to listen to it again because I got some questions. Big Dog, about that presentation. It's kind of interesting. You know what I'm saying? But nevertheless, right, we're going to do a couple of streams and all that, but, here's my issue. Right, here's my issue. This Darwinism thing. Now, me, I've been studying this stuff for a long time, but I never could make sense of it, so I never could comment, right? So you ain't got nothing to say. If you don't know what you're talking about, my motto was always shut up. So I'm not just going to talk like I know what I'm talking about, because the people across me, they're going to say either one or two things. He's hustling me, or he just likes to just talk about anything and really doesn't know what he's talking about. Both of them are the same thing, just in a different way, right? Trying to get something out of you. Money, whatever it might be. Attention, who knows? I mean, with this social media stuff, it's got to be attention, because you ain't getting no money. If you ain't got $500,000 up in there, well, I should say you can do good with 50,000. If you got a consistent 10 to 20 in your likes or whatever, you paying for bots and paying for commercials and advertisement, all that stuff, you made some good money for this stuff. What I'm saying is, if anybody knows how to do that, I'm hiring. Outside of that, I ain't doing that. I ain't doing nothing. But what I will do is, I'm going off of Getty. Get in here, get in here, get in here. If you'd like to donate $1, I'll be kindly accepted. I will. I'll take $1 though. I think I feel pretty good at the end of the day. I didn't get you. You know what I'm saying? $1 worth 5 cents anyway, so why not? All right, so look. This Darwinism, a lot of people don't know where this guy was located, what he did. All they talk about is this science that he put forward. But at the end of the day, what type of science? What did it end up being? What did it translate to? Who manipulated it? How did it become something that ended up to be a conversation that we needed to have? Because he's a foreigner. And is there any validity to it at all? A lot of people like to say, well, everything is fake. I don't believe it is fake. Well, let me tell you about Darwinism. That's fake. Let me tell you about what Darwinism was talking about. None of that. None of it. This is what I'm saying. I'm calling them black because they're black. They black. They want to be black. They want to be African American. They want to be African. Let them be that. My situation is this, right? At the end of the day, they are going to have to prove that Darwin was somebody who was valid. Because if you want to deal with Darwinism, that's a social science. Social. They ain't got to do nothing to do with no real science of people or anything, because he was studying all type of things. Now, the interesting thing is about where was he doing his first studies? And how did he get over here? Oh, damn, did I give it away? No, I didn't. And nobody want to talk about his daddy, his granddaddy, his family. They ain't gonna talk about that. The other thing, they ain't gonna talk about where he was located, because based on history, if he was located in a certain location during a certain time, who was in power and what did they look like? This is going to get really interesting. When I say interesting, it's going to get interesting. See what I'm saying? Very interesting. And they're going to say, well, you're making that shit. It's pseudo. No, it's not. You're going to get some sources. Sources. Primary at that. What does that say? Primary even. Let's get to some of these things, man. Let's take our time. It's been a long day. Wait a minute. New people up in there. You know I ain't good with this stuff. Enox. Reclassified. What's going on, brothers? All right, let's get to it. Now, all these things right here made me spark this conversation. Because these people still are pushing a narrative. And the bottom line is that as they're pushing a narrative about this white supremacist theory, right? Theory, narrative, ism. Okay. There's these same type of people, let me call them a type of people. These same type of people are saying the opposite. People feel comfortable saying that something is pseudo, something is made up, is fake, is this, is that. Well, if it's fake, then everything is fake. You can't bounce around, because if you do that, then you're pretty much wanting to be the authority in some of this shit. And I guess what? You ain't 3 million years old. You understand? You're not 3 million years old. You're not 200,000 years old. You're not 100,000 years old. You're not 100 years old. So you don't know what you're talking about. You was not here before the Federal Reserve Bank and the Federal Reserve Act, the Social Security Act, and all these other things came through in this present day. Wasn't here. So who do you know that told you something that you know about outside of your mama and your daddy, maybe your granddaddy and your grandma, your uncle, your aunties, your great uncles, your great aunties? Who told you something? Because last time I checked, all the Ivy League schools, they lying. All the HBCUs, they're lying. All the state colleges and the state universities and the UCs, they lying. Who's telling the truth here? You got a source? Bring it. I would love to see it and hear it. If you don't come up here, all right, I'm just saying. Just saying. All right. Enough of that. All right, we up. Make sure we up. There we go. Up. checking my other device, making sure that I'm not slacking like I normally be. All right, we're good. All right, let's get it. Little health stuff. You know how I do it.
Have you ever actually been told what an A1?
Gotta mute. Gotta mute because it's gonna echo.
C test means? Let me explain it in a way that it should have been explained from the start. Your A1C is basically your 90-day blood sugar report card. Why 90 days? Because that's how long your red blood cells live. Nobody ever mentions that part, but it matters. When your results come back 5.6%, 6.3%, 7%, and 10%, that percentage is literally showing how much sugar has been sticking to your red blood cells. Over time, them cells start to look like they're coated as a sugary shell. Here's what those numbers actually mean. 5.6% or lower. You're not pre-diabetic or diabetic. Your cells look pretty clean. Maybe a couple of sugar molecules hanging around, but nothing major. 5.7 to 6.4%, that's the pre-diabetes zone. This is the zone nobody warns you about soon enough. Your cells had noticeably more sugar stuck to them. And this is where people get blindsided. 6.5 to 7% diabetes. At this point, your cells look like they're being hit with sugar from every direction. And here's the part that never gets said out loud. When your A1C stays above 7 to 8%, your risk for complication goes way up. Heart issues, kidney problems, neuropathy, slow wound healing. Because when your red blood cells are coated in sugar, your blood doesn't flow the way it should. It drags. Sticky blood, sticky vessels, sticky problems. Your A1C is basically a surveillance report. It shows what your body been dealing with for the last 90 days. And keeping it low is one of the most powerful things you can do to protect your health long term. If this helped you, save this video, like, and share.
All right, so I'm about to play this Muhammad Ali speech. I've never heard this before. I really want to see what people actually think about what he says. Because we have this discussion. I want to give an intro to this because we have this discussion about people that's leaving their neighborhoods, right? I'm a professional ball player, right? I'm a professional ball player. And, you know, the one thing that is always put in front of us is the opposite, I would say a non-black woman, a non-black agent, and they want you to move into or buy something in a non-dominant black neighborhood. But see, one of the main things is that they mama and they daddy are still living in that neighborhood. They don't move. Most of the times they be like, baby, you gone, you go wherever you want to go. Do what you do. I'm staying right here. It's my house. I pay for this house. I raised you in this house. I changed your nasty ass dirty diapers in this house. I fed you in this house. I ain't going nowhere. See what I'm saying? So under the circumstances, when people move, the value moves with it. You're going to take your multi-million-dollar contract that you're going to be getting for at least 3 to 5 years, depending on your discipline. Not how good you are. You've been doing it your whole life. You made it to the league. That means you are good. That means you played at a high D1 level and you was one of the top players in D1. When it comes to the league, it's about how much discipline you got and who you have around you, including agents. Now, you take that $1 million and you go that away. You don't stay. Because what? Somebody has fear-mongered you into leaving. Well, you got all this money, you know what's going to happen, so on and so forth. But these are the same people that you grew up right next door to. Probably did some bullshit on the side, went to school with, went to elementary school, middle school, otherwise. See what I'm saying? But all of a sudden, you got this money, now you need to worry about it. Who told you that? And you actually was convinced of that. Now, the other thing is that a lot of people don't know is that when you get to the league, they automatically in your contract, they got Red Cross, United Way, Blue Cross. They have all these different 501c3s, NGOs or whatever, non-governmental, NGOs that they have already in place that you can put your money into. But nobody tells them, ain't nobody gonna tell them, you know what? You can create your own 501c3. You can create your own NGO. You could do your own community development corporation and build your community up. I don't understand why people didn't go talk to Master P. Do y'all know that Master P, when he got his nice little big check, he went and bought the projects and everybody was living there for free? Allegedly. This is what I was told. What happened to that? Back in the day, these professional players in the 70s and the 80s, in the early 90s, lived in the neighborhood. They didn't live. There was no, unless they decided to go that way, but that was few and far between. I mean, they did their camps and everything in the neighborhood. People will say, well, sports, and I don't watch sports. I do. Sports is politics. Sports is government. Everything surrounds sports. But when you leave the neighborhood, right? When you leave the neighborhood, this is what you do. You are to be the champion. You know what I'm saying? All the youth gonna look up to you. All you gotta do is just be you. Be solid. Not be better than the game. Just be you. Be in the neighborhood. Be all right. And don't, you know what I'm saying? It's all good. You can create jobs. You can create all kind of things. People ain't, you talk about, I don't know, people gonna be asking me for money. They ain't gotta ask you for money. You're gonna give them a job. A J-O-B. You got it. All right. I just wanted to give you that little preamble before we get into this other thing. So I don't want nobody to get too triggered. Well, if you do, you do. But I never knew he said this. The one part, I'll tell you what I didn't agree with, but I see where he was going with this.
We're white people, plaguing white people's neighborhood, forcing ourselves on white people, and we don't clean up and do for ourselves. The slum is not in the neighborhood. The slum is not in the ghetto. The slum is in the people. The people make the slum. And the condition our people are in now, if you gave them a $93 million project, they'll make a slum out of it in 24 hours. Then you can take a nation of people who are intelligent and they can make a slum of paradise. Let's quit worrying white people.
Now, I mean, my thing is this. The truth is, what I took from that, and look, that's a young Muhammad Ali right there. That's Muhammad Ali probably in his like 30s. 20, no, I don't even think it's 30s. It might be in his 20s. You know, because he was a champ at 21 or something like that. I think he had joined right then at that time. So he's already had made that statement. But if you think about it, that's in the 60s. It's got to be in the 60s. Because during that time, Malcolm and Martin were still alive. More importantly, Malcolm. Or it could have been right after 1965. Who knows? When he was doing his speaking. But I think during that time he was doing that speaking is when he was he couldn't box because he refused to go to the Vietnam War. Now, you're talking not 30 years, because 30 years from now, let's just say 1965. 30 years is 1995. 40 years is 2005. 50 years is 2015. And 60 years is 2025. 2015, 2025. You're talking about 60 years. So where was civil rights? Where was all this equal protection, equal justice? Where's all this? Where is this all in the play when he's talking about a slum? Gotta think about that. That's interesting. Very interesting. All right, let's get back to it.
Who created race?
You know, that's a good question. I'm not really sure.
It was
White
a
people?
Portuguese man by the name of Gomes Inês de Zurara in 1452. He was actually commissioned by the Catholic Church, and they told him to go out and document the difference between these people, right?
Do you believe in race? Do you believe race exists?
Construct.
No, you believe that it exists?
We live in the social construct. It's not biological.
So you're saying this man created it?
Yes, it's
and we
documented.
perpetuate it?
Yes, it's literally
Black people also perpetuate it?
It's documented. They published two papal bulls, one in 1455 and one in 1457.
Yeah, so we're on the same page. The social construct is not really
wait.
the
What was
determining
the purpose
factor.
of it being created, though?
Well, I'm not sure what his purpose was.
I got
creating
you.
race.
To justify chattel slavery, right?
I do not agree
It's
to that
literally
premise.
documented. I don't care if
I
you
don't agree to that. Okay.
I don't care. It's literally documented.
Okay.
So
I'll
the
accept
point being is that this system was literally created to disenfranchise Black people. Specifically, it's the structuring maintenance of a hierarchy which continues to actually create a free and cheap labor class, chattel slavery. Prior to chattel slavery, there were slaves, but they weren't based off of race. After the creation of race, they engaged in chattel slavery to actually create this free and cheap labor class. Now,
But I don't think it was primarily to disenfranchise Black people.
It literally was.
Race has
go back
never,
and read the papal bulls.
slavery was never about race.
Question: who created race?
You know, that's a good question. I'm not.
Boy, he carved his ass up. Now, this guy, he's trying to be the Black Charlie Kirk right now. He's doing a bad job of it. He's trying to be the Black Charlie Kirk. You see what I'm saying? And that dude carved him up. And you saw this sister in the back, the chocolate one, that looked like Brandy. Looked like Brandy. I'm going to play it again. But he got carved up. He didn't know what to say. See what I'm saying? And you saw the red bone, she was looking nervous. She was looking nervous. You see what I'm saying? But this is what I'm talking about. And he said, and you're saying the Black people perpetuated. Yeah, Black people perpetuated. White supremacy works good for who? White people or Black people? Who profits off of it more? Do you think we're going to buy white supremacy from white people? No. People think that because black people are talking about white supremacy, they're not promoting white supremacy. I like this one. I'm going to play it again. For me. I'm going to play it again. Just saying. Whew. It's going to be a good one.
Question, who created race?
You know, that's a good question. I'm not really sure.
It was
White
a
people?
Portuguese man by the name of Gomez Inês de Zurara in 1452.
Hold on. Let me go ahead and let me stop the screen. Let me do an individual share on this one because we're gonna break this down. Why this dude got a torch? Well, you need to find something else to do, man. Find something else to do. Man, y'all need to knock it off, man. For real, you need to knock it off. What was going on in 1452? Because he said the name, something Gomez, 1452. 1452. What's up, D-Cop? 1452. Now, a better question. What was going on during that time? Or the other question is, what happened 40 years later? In 1492, right? When that end of the Moorish Empire, supposedly, wasn't these people so-called swarthy people? Now, if you're talking about 1452, and most of all those people either had what you would consider to be Spanish names, or Toledan names, Sephardic names, Jewish names, what did we call all these French, Portuguese, all these things winded up in one? During that time, these same people that ended up in America fleeing persecution in America, right? 1452 created race. Race is equal to what? Classism. Classism, caste system. Was it based on how you looked, or was it created to be that way? And then it was possibly reverse engineered. What's going on, Chief I Am? Let's continue this conversation here.
It was actually commissioned by the Catholic Church. And they told him to go out and document the difference between these people, right?
Do you believe in race? Do you believe race exists?
Construct.
No, you believe that it exists?
We live in the social construct. It's not biological.
So you're saying this man?
Now, social construct. Everybody agrees with that. It's not biological. See, hence we're going to get to this Darwin guy. We'll get to the Darwin guy. Because we're going to talk about him, and then we're going to talk about the ism. Ism came later. This is not going to be detailed, but what I am saying is that these are two brothers talking here. Two brothers. It's not a white person in there. It's two brothers. And I don't think he was prepared for my boy right here. I mean, my man, my brother right here. He wasn't prepared for that. He wasn't prepared for this at all. See what I'm saying? Let's continue.
Created it.
Yes.
And we perpetuate it.
Yes. It's literally
black people
documented.
also perpetuated.
It's documented. They published 2 papal bulls, one in 1455 and one in 1457.
Yeah, so we're on the same page. The social construct is not really
wait.
the
What was
determining
the
factor.
purpose of it being created, though?
Well, I'm not sure what his purpose was.
I got
creating
you.
race.
To justify chattel slavery, right?
I do not.
It's
agree to
literally
that premise.
documented. I don't care if
I
you
don't agree to that. Okay.
I don't care. It's literally documented.
Okay.
So
I'll accept that.
the point being is that this system was literally created.
That is Brandy. Well, it looked like Brandy, but who knows if it is Brandy. It looked like Brandy to me.
To disenfranchise black people specifically, it's the structuring maintenance of a hierarchy which continues to actually create a free and cheap labor class, chattel slavery. Prior to chattel slavery, there were slaves, but they weren't based off of race. After the creation of race, they engaged in chattel slavery to actually create this free and cheap labor class. Now,
but I don't think it was primarily to disenfranchise black people.
It literally was.
Race has never, slavery was never about race.
Question.
All right, let's keep going. We're gonna come back to that if you guys like when I open up the panel. You know, it's Monday. We'll do my quick little thing and then we're gonna get to it. I'm not gonna interrupt anymore. We're gonna get to it all the way through, but don't take my word for it. I might interrupt depending on what happens.
Muhammad was a warrior. He fought in 66 battles and raids. And so his men would raid caravans, but then they went to the Mediterranean and they would raid ships. And they would raid the coast of Spain and Italy and France and bring the slaves into North Africa. They enslaved over 1 million Europeans. There were whole Catholic orders in Europe through the Middle Ages called the Trinitarians, and the head of the order was called the ransomer. And then they also enslaved blacks. So Muhammad was a white Arab. There are hadiths that says Muhammad was the white man reclining on a couch. Another hadith, he was lifting his arms. They saw the whiteness of his armpits. Another hadith, he was on his donkey and rubs up against somebody else. And the guy said, I saw the whiteness of the prophet's thigh. And Muhammad owned black slaves like Bilal. And so Islam enslaved tens of millions of Africans, castrate the men, make them eunuchs, sell the women into sex trafficking. Timbuktu, or the canoe meets the caravan, was a big slave trading city. Khartoum, Zanzibar coast, Tanzania. And they sold blacks for centuries across Africa and then the Ottoman Empire. But then,
hey, this guy is lying. Anybody that knows history knows what's going on in your business. This guy lying. Did you hear all that stuff he said? Anybody that knows. I know pretty much you guys know, and ladies, gals, guys and gals, lords and ladies. See what I'm saying? White, black, white, black, white, black. But you see who he's talking to? He's talking to a white lady, so-called white lady, right? Let's use these terms right now. I ain't gonna sit here and do all this stuff, but I will do the quotes and I'll do the so-called. He's talking to a white lady. And he's telling her something. You see. But he's not going to go and talk to a so-called black man or a black woman and tell them that. But what they want somebody to do is look at that and then agree with it or utilize it. But you look at the time frame. See, they bank on people not understanding the timeline. Don't understand the timeline. If you don't understand the timeline, then you'll get mixed up. And if you go off what they consider to be the narrative, then basically you will agree. But have you ever noticed these people push that stuff and then on the back end they'll say that there was indigenous people there that were swarthy and copper colored and all that? It's interesting how people just dance around, try to keep you confused, you know. But I think he got more to say.
And when the Turks invaded Europe, they would capture Christian towns, you know, Bulgaria and Albania and Romania, and they would take the Christian boys and make them into their Muslim Janissary soldiers. And then, you know, in Egypt, they were called Mamluk slave soldiers. And so the idea is that the Europeans would pay an annual tribute to the Muslim pirates to leave their country's ships alone. Even Sweden, in the 1600s, some Muslim pirates raided Baltimore, Ireland, round up the whole town, took them to Morocco, and sold them into slavery. Dragut Reis, and so and even the Pilgrims in 1625, they sent a ship full of beaver skins back to England, and William Bradford said the ship was in the English Channel when a Turkish.
Did he say beaver skins? He said beaver skins.
Man of war captured it, took it to Morocco, and sold the crew into slavery. And so once America became independent of Britain, the Sultan in Morocco said, well, you're not covered under the British tribute payment anymore. You're your own country. You got to pay up.
If otherwise the Barbary pirates will come after your ships.
Right. And so that's where President Obama said Morocco was the first country to recognize America's independence. And it's like, yeah, so that they could tax us. And so they were capturing our Americans and enslaving them, the Polly, these different ships. And so right after the revolution, Thomas Jefferson is sent as an ambassador to France, and he meets with Abdurrahman, the Muslim ambassador. And he's like, why are you enslaving us, our men? What did we do to offend you? And the Muslim ambassador said that, no, it's just written in our Quran that all nations that do not acknowledge Islam authority were sinners. And it was a right and duty to make them slaves. And any Muslim who should die in battle is sure to go to paradise. So Jefferson owned a Quran to figure out what's in this book that makes them want to hate us when we didn't do anything wrong to them.
I'm coming back to that. I only listened to half of it. I said, oh, that's good enough. So we're going to come back to that. I didn't catch this last part of what he was saying. All right, let's keep going.
I apologize to some of my black followers that think I let this building off the hook the first time I did it. I couldn't get any info, but I went back and I kept digging, and now I'm here to lean into it. I've been making a lot of people uncomfortable with my women's rights and black people's rights, and insert the year these buildings were allegedly built and their rights and how they were treated. I know I'm making people uncomfortable. I'm not trying to. It's just the real history. So I went back. This is the Montauk Club, an elite club named after the Montauk Indians. But I said, why do they look black? They said they look black because the Montauk Indians had sex with black people. Even a 1910 court case ruled against them, saying they went extinct because they had sex with black people. Same timeline. No, it's not. This is 20 years later. This building was built in 1889. In 20 years, you'd think they would get better. No, but in 1889, let's chisel some black Indians on this building. Who does that make sense to? Come on, man. Sound off. This makes sense? To who? To who? Your grandpa isn't that good. I'll get to that. So I asked them, why the Lions? They said, oh, they wanted to incorporate some Italian Venetian BS. They wanted to represent both sides of the Atlantic. Who, again, does this make sense to? Black Indians and Lions. The range on what Grandpa Bill could chisel is off the freaking charts. As someone with a low IQ, as I picked my nose and ate it, I was like, this looks like Islamic Moorish design. And they're like, you're 100%.
All right. Let me come off mute. Let's go back and let's see what that reads. Says, What he put in there, your architectural instincts are 100% correct, while the official label for the building is Venetian Gothic. The reason it looks like Islamic Moorish architecture is because Venetian Gothic is heavily adapted from Islamic culture. All right? Okay, just keep that in mind. Right? We're not doing elementary stuff. We're going to read, and then you guys figure it out for yourself. You got to figure it out. You agree, you disagree, you got a question, you got a pushback. We can deal with that a little later. But as we're looking at that, those buildings are precise. That carving is precise. And you're not doing that with a hammer and a chisel. Maybe on the little corners, you might little finishing touches. Yeah. Look at that. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Right. I'm like, AI, did you just go absolute on me? 100% right? Venetian Gothic is really Islamic Moorish design? Wow. I somehow figured that out. But listen, some of you are going to get carpal tunnel from stroking your grandpa till he's chafing. I know he was a great man. But a generation or two later, that guy's seeds, women are picking, they'd rather be in a forest with a bear than your grandpa's seed a generation or two later. How great was he if he's making such great men that women are picking bears? Make it make sense. Sound off.
His Majesty, because he had an army, because he was independent, and because he is respected by other heads of state, because his dynasty was older than any of theirs.
All right. Now, this is Haile Selassie. This is somebody talking about Haile Selassie. Haile Selassie. His dynasty was older than everybody's in that area. So you're talking about Ethiopia all the way up through the straits, the Mediterranean, Egypt, Palestine, which you consider Egypt, Palestine, Syria, all the way up into Europe. His dynasty was older than everybody's. There's pictures of the queen in Europe with the crown and all this that bound to him while he's sitting on the throne. That their crowns and everything that he has matches his. So, who's zooming who?
He could buy weapons. He could buy many weapons as he wanted. So what did he do? He bought twice as many weapons that he needed for his army. And what did he do next? He sent out, through Kwame Nkrumah and other people, I want all of the independence fighters, the guerrillas, to come here. And I want my army to train them, and I will send them back with arms. Each one of them were trained by Haile Selassie's army. Africa's free because of this man. So when Nelson Mandela was freed, the first place he went outside of South Africa was where? Ethiopia.
Secretly traveled to Ethiopia for military training under the name of David Motsamai. Have a look at the passport. We'll put it up on screen. This, you are seeing a passport that was actually issued to Madiba in 1962. It is in Amharic, which is one interesting thing, but besides the name, is Madiba's profession. It says that he was a journalist. And this is how he managed to travel through Africa on this passport as a journalist, but with an Ethiopian passport. One of the things that Madiba recently learned is that while he was in Ethiopia, the apartheid government knew where he was and had actually paid his minders to kill him. We're joined in studio now by Captain Guta Dinka, who not only looked after Madiba while he was in Ethiopia, but this man was ordered and paid to kill Madiba. He is with Professor Mama Moche, who will do the translation for us here on Morning Live. Gentlemen, welcome. Thank you very, very much for being with us. And
were assigned that they look after Madiba, but Madiba was not supposed to know them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So were they with Madiba at all times, or did they sort of keep a distance?
They keep a distance.
They kept a distance, watching him
but
the
they
entire
watch
time.
him all the time to make sure that he is protected.
The infamous gun
Yeah,
that we're looking for, the shotgun.
that's right. Yeah.
Nick, talk to me about this gun now, because this is where you come into the picture.
There were two things he brought, Madiba. He brought the gun and the picture of Emperor Haile Selassie.
Okay, so those are the two things.
And then when the authorities here captured him, they took both, I think.
Now, the question then that came up during the course of our research was who gave him the gun. Originally, Tedeschi would not have had the mandate or the power to give him the gun. It was clearly instructed by or given to him through him by Haile Selassie.
All right, Nick, wow. I mean, this is incredible stuff that we're talking.
His Majesty, because he had an army, because he was independent, and because he is respected by other heads of state, because his dynasty was older than any of theirs.
Where there's no definite enemy, why we create one. People need one to blame things on. So you see, you're the secret weapon. You're the cause to unite against. And you and the Jews, more than anybody else, will be responsible for our triumph.
And just how do you intend to bring about this triumph?
With people. Take 10 people who believe in your cause. 5 of those bring a friend. Now there are 15. They chip in, get a little hall, do a little public speaking. Now out of, say, 100 people, 20 come over and ask questions. Suddenly you're 35. 35 dues-paying people. Now those 35 dues-paying people bring friends. And their friends bring friends. Some don't have any jobs, so you tell them why they don't have any jobs and why their kids are hungry. Then they bring their kids. And their kids are beautiful. And you love their kids and you hate those chosen few who don't. And soon you create interest. And interest draws people, and people bring money, and money means a little organization. And there you are. It gives you power. And power creates fear. And fear creates hate. And hate creates the enemy, and the enemy fights back. Fighting back creates more interest.
Yeah, right here, ladies and gentlemen, right here. Get it right here. Right here.
You see, we need you.
All right. So those last two, the main thing dealing with Haile Selassie was, I mean, the back part, I don't know, that they can say whatever they want to say about that. But the first part, that was just the thing I was dealing with Haile Selassie on. But this is the whole dynamics of what they consider, like in their, well, let me say this. Let me finish that statement. What they consider in their form of control. Now, if anybody doesn't have that book of Ethiopia from, I think it's from 1800 to, I think, like a 100-year type thing. Can't think, what's the name of that book? But anyway, it talks about not just, it doesn't talk about just Haile Selassie and everything. It talks about the emperors before him. Now, his name isn't Haile Selassie. That name was coined. His name was Ras Tafari, or what they say, Tafari. You know what I'm saying? Ras is equal to Rex, means king. You get the Ras name, next to king, emperor. That's why they call him Negus Negas, Lord of Lords, Kings of Kings, Lord of Lords. All right. But that's his name. Haile Selassie came a little bit after that, when eventually he ended up creating some form of treaty or agreement with Europe, or whatever that group was back in that day. We'll just say Europe, Italy, right? Because what's his name? Mussolini. Mussolini was fighting him. They couldn't beat him. I mean, they couldn't beat him. Ethiopia is kind of like, was the equivalent of the Seminoles, could not be defeated. One of the things, because they had a group, you would say kind of like the Red Sticks, you had them Seminoles that was specialized, and they want to say the Black Lions, but probably in their term, they were a representation of a lion. They trained them. They rode them like horses. Rastafari too, Haile Selassie. They had pictures of him with lions sitting right in front of his throne, like dogs, like trained puppies, trained dogs. They were sitting right there. So anytime Mussolini tried to come in and invade, the first ones they seen was those lions. Lions, elephants, all kind of things. You fighting these animals before you even get to us. By the time that was all done, man, they was depleted. And then next thing you know, here come the lions, the men that they called the Lion Group. I'm just gonna call them the Lion Group, or the Lion Battalion, Company Lion. They came out there and they just started slaughtering. And then after that, you know, it just got worse. Then Mussolini took his ass back. It's one of the main reasons why him and his wife ended up getting slaughtered by the people there, because whatever he had going on. But whatever happened, where Haile Selassie ended up taking that asylum, you know, up in Europe, a lot of people said it was probably his anyway. That was his domain from that whole connection, because if you look at the connection with the Phoenicians or the Canaanites, the Carthaginians, that whole group of people, they're all connected. And it's not that far to get from what you would consider to be Ethiopia, let's just say Ethiopia, all the way up into Syria. Once you get to Syria, that's the northeastern part of Africa, all the way up, and you go right, you got Asia Minor, and then you go left, you up into what they would call Europe, and then you have what you also have is you got the Mediterranean Sea there. Then you have Africa, Central Africa, South Africa, West Africa, Northwest Africa, all the way up into Europe. And the reason why I'm spending time on that, because people still want to talk about it. So I'm going to spend time on it because I want to give another aspect of it. See, this is what needs to happen. You can't let these narratives continue. You got to at least be able to rebut it, come back with a counterclaim, and see if they will come back with a counter, or if they want to stay where they're at. See what I'm saying? I mean, because Haile Selassie did the travel around. And maybe that treaty, or maybe that was for him, they asked him to come out of your area, because they wouldn't leave. They stayed where they was at. They weren't coming out like that. They was hard to beat. And everybody wanted them to come into the fold. So this is the main reason why Mussolini and all them started coming after him. Leopold, all them people. And this is why they started attacking the weak points, so they can get a stronghold to attack Haile Selassie. All that coming into the Congo and all that Rwanda, Uganda, all them areas, was to get to him because they couldn't get to him. Y'all could do your own research on that if you don't know. So in order to get to him, they had to beat up the other places and infiltrate them. Eventually, they had to stalemate because they still couldn't beat them. You see what I'm saying? You know how that works. Now, dealing with the other guy, right? The white guy in the white era. And he got to talking about beavers, right? And he talking about America. But see, he's talking about America in regards to the United States. If you guys heard that closely, that's why I was going to go back to it. If you heard it closely, he was talking about the United States because he mentioned Thomas Jefferson in them. If you're talking about Thomas Jefferson, you're talking about the colonial states. You're not talking about America. That is the colonial states. What we will also call the Union. That is not America. That's why he can go ahead and make those claims of what was actually happening to them. They was taking them and they was enslaving them. He said that. But see, he wanted to make it seem like it was being done to the Indians or to American Indians, the Aboriginal indigenous people. But it wasn't. That was being done in the colonies. And he said that. That dude got a lot of hair off his head to say, okay, I think you might know that based on what you're saying. He has to be at least 70 to 80 years old. So if he's 70 to 80 years old, he was born in the 40s or the 50s. So that means that he pretty much understands history, and those people understand history from that perspective. They also know this Darwin-ism social construct, as the young brother was saying, where he could kind of flip the words a little bit and make people think that America is the United States when it's not. I don't care what nobody says. Nobody. Anybody could come up here and make their claims. That's fine. I already know what I know. The United States is not America, and America is not the United States. And these people calling themselves are not Americans. They're United States citizens or United States nationals, depending. Okay. So what he was saying was actually pretty cool. It was kind of cool because he was mentioning the Moors. He was mentioning the whole little gamut. This is why I want to play it again. I want to do it individually. I don't want to spend too much time. I want to get through this so we can get to the other stuff. So we at least set the table because it's Monday, all right? But yeah, hopefully you guys were listening. You guys can rewind that. Listen to what that dude is saying closely and keep your objective mind, not subjective, and keep the common sense in place and know your history. You know what I'm saying? Just take the little bits that I gave you from my perspective and whatever else you know, whatever else that you learned and that you studied and that you confirmed. Let's say it that way. And then see what he's talking about. Don't worry about what he looked like. Don't worry about what she looked like. Get the information and be able to pick it apart. Agree with it, correct it. It's authority. Prescribe, remember? We prescribe over here. All right. All right. All right, where are we at here?
Between Africa and America. And this relates to this new fabulous discovery that is coming out. In America, black contact between Africa and America. And this relates to this new fabulous discovery that is coming out. About 200 years before Christ, up until right at about the time of Christ, in other words, about 2,000 years ago, there now appears that there were wealthy West African and North African blacks who left Africa on a pilgrimage and came, if you can believe this or not, but there's solid proof for it now, to southern Illinois. Old costumes from the ancient world. Or he found stacks of thousands upon thousands of these black rocks that were beautifully engraved with the profiles of people, not Indians, people from other parts of the world. Some of them were white, some of them were Asian, but hundreds are of black people. There's black contact between Africa and America. And
just put his face up there. Now, black people in Illinois 2,000 years ago. Now, this guy right here, if you're looking at the camera, this is in 1997. So if we deduct 2,000 years, this is BC. 3 BC. In Illinois. See, this is where you deal with your social sciences. What they call social sciences. Black, West African, Northwest African. Now, we know for a fact that we have structures here that are older than any other place in the world when you talk about these pyramid structures, these step pyramids. We know that for a fact. We've looked at multiple sources, primary sources, I would say, that pretty much have not even accepted, have stated that their whole script, language, and otherwise way of life comes from America. That's a fact. It ain't somebody in America making that statement. It's somebody that only knows that geographical area saying that, not some person. I'm gonna call him a person, some entity going by some identification here or some title here in the United States of America making that statement. It's something that's coming from them. That's what they're saying. $1997. See, in the 90s, people were still getting their info off. I mean, they really didn't attack it then because they was just like considered to be kooks, and they let them just run their mouth because there wasn't no threat. You know why? Because we wasn't listening to them. We wasn't listening to that type of thing, and it was considered to be heretic or otherwise. And so it had nothing to do with politics, government, money, community development, control, and all that stuff. So they don't care if you talk about some West African or Northwest African coming over here 2,000 years ago. What that got to do with the price of tea in America? See what I'm saying? Doesn't matter. See, but now we can make a connection, right? Because there's layers to this. It's layers. The layers are the fact that somebody has been misinforming our people about true history. Let's say he's correct, right? Let's go back to this guy. Let's say he is correct. 2,000 years ago. And then there's the West African slave trade. What's that? 3 BC. 1,600 years later. What is the significance of that? Well, the significance is the fact that these people have said that what the West Africans have been over here since they was dragged over here by people that look like that. That right there. Well, obviously, this guy didn't get the memo. Don't say anything like that. Wait a minute. They are supposed to believe that no black people have been over here until they was dragged over here off their lands onto a boat and dragged over here never to see life on their land again. That's what they're supposed to know. Their names were Kunta and then Toby. That's what they're supposed to know. And we got to keep them there because that's the status quo. Right? Like the other guy said, status quo. See what I'm saying? So interesting here. And he said they were wealthy. Rocks carved. They found it in Illinois. All right? From Wakanda in Illinois? Think so. So, got one more. Now, this is a term, because this guy's in California. But I always got to bring in my civics. Got to give y'all a little code, a little something that affects your life every day. Don't believe me. I know y'all don't believe me anyway.
Maintain confidence in the system because it's a voluntary system of payment. We have to maintain the confidence in the system because it's a voluntary system of payment of our taxes.
Agreed.
And so you are right. It was a foolish mistake, but the president's even more correct that it was outrageous and intolerable. Now, let me also focus on something, Mr. George, you said. When you were asked, was there any finding or evidence of political motivation here? You said no.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And so what we find is a situation where inexcusable activity took place because it erodes the confidence of the American people in a system where they participate voluntarily. And if there's a place in public service where you have to have the highest level of conduct and standards, it's at the IRS. And so, Mr. Miller, I think it's unfortunate for those who are in positions of authority, but the buck has to stop somewhere. And I think that's exactly what we're saying. That should not diminish the good work that has been done by anyone within the IRS over the years. And so I hope you understand that you are here today talking to us because we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to clean up and clear out so we can go back to the business of making sure that people respect the fact that we have a voluntary system of paying our taxes.
She looked like she ready to slap somebody. Every time somebody hit her, look at her face. She pissed. She is pissed off. She looked like she want to beat somebody up right now. She's like, if I can get through this phone, I'm gonna whoop their ass. You telling me I've been filing taxes, been voluntary all this time? She is ready to box. I'm telling you. You know what I'm saying? The one thing I know about Red Bones is they know how to fight. You know what I'm saying? Because they always got to prove themselves. They always around, you know, the chocolate sisters, the milk chocolate sisters, the caramel sisters, they Red Bones, and they always got to prove themselves. So look at that look right there. She gonna beat somebody up. Tell you, Red Bones know how to box. Yeah. But think about it, though. Think about it. If you knew that you didn't have to pay taxes, it was voluntary, would you pay them? Would you? What if I told you that if you didn't have to pay them, but you could still report your payments to the Treasury? Would you do that? I'm just saying. See what I'm saying? Just saying. Gotta understand what's going on here. One of these days I'm gonna show you. It's just like a W-2, right? You got 1099s, 1098s, and all that stuff, right? You put money out into the system. When you put money out into the system, right? You put money out into the system, it has to come back. If you invest in something, the money has to return, right? If I put 100,000 into something and I don't have shit to show for it, or I owe at the end of the day, that's not a good investment. But people think that the government is not about investments. It is about investments. It's about investments. Now, what I'm going to do is we're going to make a little transition on this stuff. So give me a second. I'm going to put this little music on by old dude, and we're going to get into this Darwinism. Be right back. All right. Now, here's the interesting thing, right? What I'm gonna do, we're gonna piece this out a little bit, because I don't want it to be too long and boring. All right. So I just want to make sure that you guys kind of get the gist of everything, and kind of get the basis what we're dealing with. Now, these videos that I show actually is leading up to something that's important in regards to who people were at a certain point in time. Right? Darwin is very important based on the simple fact that, you know, it's tied into eugenics. You tied into these black codes, or what they call also this Jim Crow stuff, everything. So like Darwin is attached to all this, when he wasn't even talking about that. You see? And I don't even think people really approach the fact of who he is, because, you know, a lot of people want to deal with, you know, just some popular stuff. I don't even know. I think it's really to the point that, you know, I'm totally convinced that these people are actually just people that just want to get some attention. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna do this quick little intro on this stuff. Ain't gonna take long. Maybe 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I don't know. I wanna go over this stuff real quick. All right. So did a quick intro. And I want to deal with the where is it at? I'm not going to share my screen. You just see me, and I'm just going to write these notes down that I have. And I did my best to try to put it in order. Where'd it go? Okay, so let's just do a quick breakdown of this guy. Okay, so Darwin was born in Shrewsbury, Shropshire, England in 1809. Now let's talk 1809. So we get these timelines here, these time stamps of what we can look at what was going on at this time. All right. So we're talking about 1809. That's when this guy was born. At that time, to give you an example, right? At that time, Paul Cuffey had already had multiple ships built in America. Wampanoag, Pequot wife, multi-millionaire, big land, everything. Right, Martha's Vineyards area, all that stuff, where the Pequot was. So he had his, and you know, had that. You know, had sailed a bunch of times. Had did a lot of things. Had already spoken and had deals in with presidents, or what you would call these leaders at that time. George Washington and all of them already did big things. Charles Darwin wasn't even born yet. Because if you go into Paul Cuffey, daddy was already doing big things, and his brother that trained Paul Cuffey, because you know you had your apprenticeship, and usually you leave your father and go learn from somebody else, either your uncle, your cousin, whoever, depending on who's around. Could be a friend or whatever, a business partner. You go learn from him, teach you discipline. See what I'm saying? Or you go work for your grandpa, something. See what I'm saying? 1809. All right, let's put these things in place here. Even prior to that, you had other people that were copper colored, swarthy, otherwise, they were doing major big things. But let's deal with Paul Cuffey. And then we can also deal with, right, the Haudenosaunee, what people call the Iroquois Confederacy, right? All these different groups of people. 1775, you had treaties, you know, with the Seminoles and the Creek nations with the United States. Also, you already had treaties going on with the so-called British Empire. way prior to that. As you see before in that so-called video that the guy said, that there was actually so-called black people in Illinois 2,000 years ago from 1997, which was 3 BC. Wealthy. When we talk about Charles Darwin. Okay. Now, also it says Shrewsbury. So we're talking about Shrewsbury, Shropshire, England. You're saying that word, boy, you didn't spit all over your arm and everything. Schluffer and schluckatage, whatever the hell that shit is. But anyway, Shrewsbury was under Roman rule. Okay. So at that time, if Shrewsbury was under Roman rule in 1809, it was still under Roman rule. All right. So based on my American history is world history presentations, we know that these people had to be melanated. That was in control, because they were eventually all within the Moorish Empire, as I showed all the collective groups, right? The Moorish Empire was a confederacy, and it was a vast, diverse group of people that formed that empire. But every time you see a picture of a Moor, back in those times, you're going to see swarthy looking people. Let's just get that on the table. Right, because race rules these days and times. You know why? Because we still got black people wanting to bring it up. All right, so since we want to do that, so we know. So anyway, the Phoenicians, the Carthaginians, the Moors, all have that connection because the Romans was in the same place that the Moors and the Phoenicians, really the Carthaginians, right? That is what? Toledo, Iberia, right? What you consider to be Spain, Portugal, France, all around the same area. The lower part and the southern part was Italy, or what you call the Etruscans, so on and that is pretty much had control with the Phoenicians. All right, now let's talk about the Phoenicians and Carthaginians, right? The Phoenicians and the Carthaginians belong to the broader Mediterranean and Atlantic commercial world. So if you talk about the Mediterranean and Atlantic commercial world, if we're talking about the Atlantic, we're talking about the Atlantic Sea, right? The Atlantic Sea, the Atlantic Ocean. You're talking about that water that separates the western part of Africa all the way up into what you would call, I call Western Asia, from Canada and America. Hold on, somebody text me. I don't know. So under the circumstances, if they have that area, then that means they still have some connection along that lines. Because supposedly the Romans had defeated the Carthaginians, right? And the Carthaginians, so-called, had separated from the Phoenicians because they are related. They are kinfolk. But this is how they tell the story. Now, their interactions with Northwestern Europe, was something that was done from a distance, but there still was intermediaries dealing with what they would consider to be Northwestern Europe and the Phoenicians and the Carthaginians, right? But they still ruled large portions of the Iberian Peninsula. So you telling me they never came across each other? This is commerce, right? We're sticking to commerce here. So there had to be some connection. Still, in the 1800s, right? This is 1809. The Romans, the Phoenicians, the Carthaginians, and the Moors still had some form of footprint in these areas, contrary to what people think. Right? Now, so we'll deal with because I got to give history. If anybody know me, I got to give some background history. I'm not going to just jump right into it because you got to know who we're dealing with here. Because everybody sees Darwin and they see a pale-skinned guy. That's what they see. And it's cool. He could be light-skinned. Just never know. But if people actually look at his picture, the picture that they have with the bald head and the big beard, that is a thick beard. It's just silver. All the so-called blackness is gone. But his beard is not stringy or anything. That is a thick beard. Like you need a cake fork to comb that thing. People miss the little nuances, right? Pictures worth 1,000 words. You know what I'm saying? So, indigenous Britain, Roman Britain, post-Roman kingdoms, Anglo-Saxon England, Norman England, English, British monarchy, British Empire, Darwin. Okay? So we have this line, what we're looking at here, until we get to Darwin. Anybody that talks history, that should understand Europe from at least a Carthaginian perspective. Hannibal. Everybody knows Hannibal was a brother. Everybody knows that. Hannibal. Now we're talking Hannibal in the 300s or something, 200s BC. Something like that. 200, 300, 400, 500 BC. Somewhere around there. I don't know about the timeline. Somewhere around there. But we're talking about they found people that they say from Northwest Africa, that guy said, that was in Illinois in 3 BC. 200-300 years later. But carved rocks, everything already set up, clothes, everything they found, stacks and stacks and stacks of these things. So that means it just didn't happen yesterday. Connect the dots. Before we get to talking about Darwin. It's bigger than Darwin. Bigger than Nino Brown too. Because Darwin is like Nino Brown in our world. Because you talk us, you talk Darwin. Eugenics. See, all these people. All right. Now, I want to give these overviews on these things real quick because I got a different approach to how I'm going to do this. And I want to be kind of precise. I want to be all over the place. But I want to give you who the people were at that time, even in the 1800s. These were who these people were. All right. All right, let's come over here. Now, I don't know if people know, but Darwin was a naturalist. He dealt with all different types of species, what you call the natural sciences. He really didn't deal with people. Now, he came from pretty good money. His father was a doctor, and his grandfather was a scientist as well, of some sort. We'll just use the word scientist of some sort. And we're going to address that. Where did man come from? See, this is the problem I have. They create these people like Jesus, you know, the immaculate conception, like he just came out of nowhere. He just created all these great things, and he has to be an authority. When and where? I don't know. All I'm saying is that we got to know where this man came from. Who is he? So we get a clear understanding, because this is the whole concept that was created in order to us to be having a pale-skinned Jesus with stringy hair on the wall. This Savior, this Christ, this, what they call it, Christ, this Messiah of some sort. And everything in their nature, what they talk about, we're talking about pale-skins here, how they bring this information based off Darwin, right? All this is based off Darwin, is what they say. Just like the young brother was talking about, these paper bulls of some sort. That these people that they put in front of us in school, in the history books, otherwise in the history books of every single discipline, or what we call a discipline in school today: math, English, history, social studies, social sciences, science, physical science, everything. There's some individual, the Pythagorean theory, the this, the that, the so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? It all has something to do with somebody that just woke up someday and had an epiphany about something and started diagramming. Has anybody duplicated these step pyramids? I don't think so. The precision, as they say, is still confusing to them. Okay. Now, how did racism start? Now, this brother that was on there said that racism started in 1452 of some sort. 1452, with somebody out in the area of Europe. In 1452, the Moors were supposed to be in power at that time. So where did racism start? And what is the purpose of racism? How did Darwin play a role in this? Was he inspired by something? This guy was somebody that just studied science. I mean, biological things. He was somebody that just walked around and just enjoyed the world. He enjoyed all the observations that he saw. Where did this whole social, scientific metaphor started coming in that dealt with him? What happens is somebody built off that. They said, hey, you know what? We can probably use this in order to change up what we got, what our accomplishments and our goals are to be in the end. So Charles Darwin published a book called On the Origin of Species in 1859. 1859. After Paul Cuffey did his so-called Back to Africa movement, the American Colonization Society, and after the fact that there was a lot of movements going on between the Americas, Europe, and otherwise, the islands, all the different Americas. There was a lot of movements going on. Even back then, during the Moorish Empire, you know, they said that they had captured a lot of so-called pale skins and cleaned them up and put them together and had them as slaves. You also had something that's called white slavery, written by Lerone. Well, what's it? White slavery? Something, right? That was written by a few people. And then you have Lerone Bennett that talked about white slavery in the Ebony magazine, in an article. This was in like the 1970s, 1980s. So, who is this guy, Charles Darwin? Because obviously looks are very important. So we need to know what he looked like, where he come from. What is his background? So we know that Darwin did not invent racism of any sort. Racism has already been present. In the 1700s, you have what? You had your black codes. South Carolina, Virginia. You had slavery, or what you would call indentured servitude. You had penal slavery, all these different types of things. You had all that stuff going on at that time. What was important about Darwin? You see what I'm saying? Now, what I really want to focus on right now, just in my opening, where I'm going to go with this, because I did this last minute. Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? Where is it at? We're going to get into all that. Nope, I ain't that one. Stay with me for a second, because I want to find something. So I'm going to show you where he started his research. Maybe you guys already know, but I want to put this on the screen so you guys know. Ready to go. Because they want to make this an African thing. They want to tie. The reason why I'm saying that, because they want to tie this Darwinism to Africa. You see what I'm saying? And that's far from the truth. Damn, where's that thing at? Don't worry about it. We'll get there. It's gonna be better. But I'm just putting this stuff out here right now. Go one by one. I'll be damned. Hold on a sec. Shit, where the fuck that shit go? That's crazy. I had it already there. Oh boy. Not that one either. Not that one either. Oh. That's wild. That's wild. Don't worry about it. I gotta play this. I gotta show it. God dang. I gotta go all the way back. Dang. Yeah. My bad, people. I had the wrong thing up. No. Oh boy, where is that thing at? All right, there you go. Shit me. All right. So okay, so there was a ship that he was on. This is what I was looking for. There was a ship Darwin was on that was called the Beagle. Now, I mean, his father wanted him to be a doctor like him, but he went into the sciences or whatever and wanted to go up trees and do all this other stuff, right? So what he did was, they called it the HMS Beagle, right? So it's His Majesty's Beagle. And this was a voyage that he was, right? So just check this out, right? So this was a part of His Majesty's Beagle, the British Empire. So this Empire Surveying Science. Okay. Now this is what made Darwin. Surveying science. Right? And the empire. All right. The Beagle, right? As I say, I'm just reading some excerpts. The Beagle was first and foremost a British Admiralty surveying vessel. British Admiralty surveying vessel. His second major voyage was commissioned to continue hydrographic surveying of South America. Second. Established longitude measurements, and ultimately circumnavigate the globe. Darwin entered that already existing naval enterprise as a young gentleman naturalist with the freedom to collect, observe, travel inland, correspond with British scientists, and send specimens home. Okay, so so what made Darwin's science possible? See, people think this, what is Darwin about? The theory of something. The theory of something. We'll get on that real quick. We'll go to Wikipedia. And then we'll just get a basic understanding. But I want to give you guys something else. Right? I'm going to give you guys something else. So that's what we're going to do. All right. Now, all right. So look. So His Majesty's ship, right? So His Majesty's ship, that's the HMS, His Majesty's ship, the Beagle, belonged to the British naval establishment. It was not created for Charles Darwin. It was not originally commissioned to investigate evolution. Theory of evolution. Yeah, that's it. It existed independently of him as part of Britain's maritime surveying apparatus. So to be safe to say that Darwin was a part of that apparatus, and he was commissioned or hired to do something. Okay, by the time Darwin was offered passage, the Admiralty intended the vessel to undertake extensive surveying work along the South American coast. Now, what part of South America? See, people say South America, they think it's South America. But in order to do that, you got to get past North America. Now, you remember what the one older guy said to the woman when he was talking about the beavers and all that stuff, right? So that beaver stuff was going on in the 1600s, actually. 1700s. There was already travel going on during that time, or what they consider to be the Beaver Wars. There's already stuff going on at that time. You see what I'm saying? So just keep all that stuff in mind. So what His Majesty's ship, that naval establishment, what were they doing? Coming to North America. To do what? Study. Missionaries. You see what I'm saying? So you get it. So just stay with me. I know it took me a while to get to where I need to be, but I have the wrong thing in front of me. So forgive me. All right. So you think about 4 things: naval, geographical, scientific, imperial. All right. All that is the infrastructure. So take that as you will and just take it as it is. All right. So if you're talking about surveying, what does that mean? So when you're surveying, it's systematic, right? Number one, it's systematic, and it's the systematic process of what you're trying to accomplish. That's the word I'm looking for. Systematic accomplishment is to establish information, right? You're here to establish information about what? The coastlines. When you're doing naval, maritime, admiralty, right? Coastlines, harbors, islands, channels, depths, navigational hazards, longitude, geographical position, sailing routes. What would Darwin be doing on a boat, on a ship like that? To figure out how to talk about evolution? To have a theory about something? This is empirical things that you need to find out. This is actually physical things. Now, all right. So there's a guy, his name is Fitzroy. Fitzroy, Fitzroy. One word, capital F, capital R. Right? He had a published account, right? And he described the voyages as surveying expeditions examining the southern shores of South America and the Beagle's later circumnavigation. The circumnavigation of what? I thought it was the globe. Circumnavigation of the globe or the circumnavigation of the Americas? This information had obvious value for navigation, shipping, naval operations, commerce, future exploration. All right. 3. The British Empire is a part of the backdrop. So now we know Darwin is somehow connected, probably through his father and his grandfather, connected to the British Empire. The British Empire got to do with this. In the 1800s, right? The United States of America was supposed to already been established, and British was supposed to be kind of out. See, but as I know they're not. You see what I'm saying? British Empire has always been still here within those 13 colonies. This is why they ain't never been able to pay their bills. And this is why eventually what happened, because they still had these expeditions going on. This is one of them. So you want to know who Darwin is? You're finding out who Darwin is. Okay, so Darwin's voyage, right? Once he started getting in, right? This occurred during when the British was pretty much just moving and shaking. I guess they had came back. They didn't got their might back or whatever, and they got their might through the infiltration of the United States, the 13 colonies. That's how it was to get through and get their money and get their power, and then be even outside the treaties and not stick to any type of agreements, because now you got the 13 colonies doing what they're doing and still having, what do you call it again? Allegiance to them. You see? All right. Now, before all this is going on, right? Because Darwin was born in 1809. So in order for him to at least be of age, it had to be at least 1829, 1830. He had to be at least 20, could have been 18 years old. No. So 18 years, that's 1920, that's 1827. And then you say at even time, you give it 10 years, anywhere from 1827 to 1837. He was there. All right. So his access to the world depended on the British Navy, the infrastructure that already existed for purposes much larger than Darwin's personal research. The Royal Navy gave the voyage a ship, officers, sailors, navigational expertise, instruments, surveying objectives, logistical reach, access across the oceans. But you always see these pictures, right? You see these pictures. We're going to take these pictures of this, see some pictures of this guy where he's just looking all frail and so on and so forth. They always want these people to seem kind of like that. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. You know? Hold on real quick. Real quick, pause. All right. So this is something bigger than what we would think of somebody that was actually just coming over here being a philosopher, like they say. Oh, he was just some innocent guy that just, you know, did this and did that, and then he came out with this whole theory. I mean, this guy was connected. Very connected. See what I'm saying? Connected. And had might behind him. But through all this time, he is supposed to have created some of these things in America. You see what I'm saying? In America. But was a part of the British Royal Navy. British Royal Navy. Now, tell me something. What has changed? Has anything changed? I mean, you got people that got that British accent, and they be talking like that one guy who's supposed to be some character who be on the news and stuff like that. You know, he got his own little show. Can't think of his name, but they have all these people because they think, oh, that accent is so sexy, or it's just so whatever. People like that, right? Yeah, but this is what we're. I mean, it's pretty much obvious to me. Man, ain't nobody gonna let me finish today. We getting calls, texts, ain't nobody gonna let me finish today. Like, people don't, see what I'm saying? They just won't let me finish. I'm getting call after call, y'all. I mean, people coming to my door. I mean, So let's see if I can get this done. Let me see. Let me get this last part because this is what I really wanted to get across. Right? Let's come on down. I'm gonna come on down here. I know I ain't showing nothing. I just want to talk about it because it's sporadic. I did this like last minute. I wanted to get some resources on this guy. So I've been working on it for the last couple of days to try to think about it from another perspective. All right. So I'll be damned. I'm not answering no. Oh, no, I'm not about to do that. Okay. So Fitzroy, then I'll be done. Okay, Fitzroy. Fitzroy had the mission, right? And then you had Darwin's personal research program, right? They don't go together, all right? So Darwin was 22 when the opportunity came, okay? So Darwin studied natural history, geology, and collecting. But he did not board the ship as some already famous professor of evolutionary biology. There was no discipline called modern evolutionary genetics for him to represent. All right. Let's come down here real quick. Let's come on down. Let's come on down. Now, where was they go? Where was some of the places that they went? Okay, so there's a section that deals with where they did most of their work, right? Or what they call their laboratory. South America was the major laboratory. So you had Galapagos, right? You had Galapagos. South America was basically the massive portion where Darwin did all his field experience, not Africa. So he developed all his research and all his background and his theories in South America. Majority. South America. All right. Brazil, Uruguay and Argentina, Patagonia, Tierra del Fuego, Chile, the Andes. Okay, that's where he was at. What this got to do with Africa? What this got to do with a black man? What this got to do with an African-American man? What this got to do with a theory of evolution and some monkeys? All right, so look, Brazil. In Brazil, he dealt with tropical ecosystems and extraordinary biological diversity. Uruguay and Argentina, he collected fossils and studied living animals. Patagonia, he examined geology, fossil remains, and geographical variations. Tierra del Fuego, he encountered dramatically different environments and indigenous peoples. Chile, he experienced major geological activity. The Andes, he examined uplift strata and evidence suggesting profound geological change. South America gave Darwin a repeated pattern. The present and the past appeared connected. Now, what does that mean? The present and the past appeared connected. The present and the past appear connected. That means that it's old. That means that these people that he's looking at with the system, the ecosystem, and how they interacted with the system. The system, this is what I'm calling the system. That is the earth, the world, the crops, the soil, the water, the grass, the trees, the air, everything that's around them. However they act, natural. The present and the past appeared connected. That means that these people that he's dealing with, right, in that environment, seem to be a connection there, that they've always been there. You see what I'm saying? North America has always been North America. If you're talking about the British Empire, they already have relationships with the North Americas, right? The North Americas and Canada. You go to the tip of Canada, you could hop over there and get into what is considered to be Iberia, or the western part of what they call Europe or Eurasia. So there's no doubt about that. If they was here, or maybe this new group of people that somehow fell into some control based on what was transpiring up there in those areas, had no idea and never been over here. Maybe because they was somewhere locked up, somewhere in some opposite position. See what I'm saying? So next thing you know, you have this new group of people, because obviously Darwin knew nothing about the Americas, nothing. So some new stuff that they was finding. So some new group didn't have that power at that time, because if you're talking about 2,000 years ago, as this guy was saying, that there was already so-called black people here, Swarthy people here, doing big things. And also, you know that these step pyramids and all these massive structures are older than any other place in the world. On top of that, you know that the Phoenicians, the Carthaginians, the Moors, even prior to that, the Nagas over there, the Mayans in America, the G people, everywhere that you go are older. Who are these people coming over here and visiting something for the first time under a new so-called mission or missionary objective? See what I'm saying? But anyway, man, my phone ain't gonna stop ringing. I'm telling you, it is not gonna stop ringing. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put the what time is it? It's 5 o'clock. Oh yeah, I got a late start. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. What am I doing? This is distracting me. We'll put the link in the chat, and then we'll go from there. I'm gonna copy, put it in the chat, and boom. And then I'm going to where is it? Right here. There it go. I'm gonna pin it and pin message. There we go. It's there. We're gonna do 4 minutes real quick. I'm gonna put it on mute and I'll play the music. And I'm gonna be on the phone making a couple calls real quick. And if you're in the back, just stay in the back, because I'm not gonna be looking at the computer. All right, cool. Nobody came up here? All right. Shit. Yeah. Now it's going to be one of them weeks. All right, no. That's good. More money, more money, more money. All right, so look. You know what I'm saying? Man, look. Let's leave it right there. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna leave it right there. We're gonna leave it right there. All right. We're gonna leave it right there. Because let me see what everybody says before I roll. Let's see. Nonetheless, what's going on, bro? Where you been? I know you've been on the road. She says Charles Lyell was a geologist, good friend with Darwin. Darwin got the idea of evolution from Charles Lyell's study. All right. Sure, got him up in there. See if they talking about that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. 3 times indigenous. Nate, what's good? What's good, brother? All right. Got you nonetheless. Pierce Morgan, you knew exactly who I was talking about, Nate. You knew exactly who I was talking about, Pierce Morgan. Yep, that part. Yeah. This is what we talking about right here. You ain't just coming over here in the Navy ship and you just so-called. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Now you better said leave it to the beavers. Leave it to beavers. Straight smoke. Us. What's going on, brother? What's going on, man? All right. Yeah, man. It was hectic today. You see, I ain't get started to damn near 3. So it's gonna be like that. And I had my day planned properly, and then, you know, it just kind of spiraled, you know, but it's all good. We got things done. Yep. Now you been said Franz Boas, Mr. Cognitive Dissonance himself. Okay, I could feel that one. What else you say? They didn't clean up nothing. Them things still needed direction on how to bathe in the 60s and use commercials to teach them. Hold on, let me get that link. Hold on, let me get that link. Sis. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Hold on, let me reboot my thingamajig. There we go. Boom. All right. Oh, CEO. Oh, there we go. All right, we'll see what this do. We'll play this real quick. Hold on. Let me get this up real quick. Boom. Oh, there you go. Let's see. Boom.
Yo, peace, guys. Y'all hear me or something?
Yeah, what's up, man? Okay.
What you doing? You ready, bro?
Yeah, I'm a roll. I was just going to read through the chat, say what's up to everybody. It's been crazy.
Okay, you ready, bro? All right, I'll chill there.
The founding father of American anthropology. I'm going to play this video real quick. No, we can chill for a minute. Nobody came up.
Play the video.
Mm-hmm.
Look, it's a good rabbit hole to go down, Charles Darwin. There's a lot of shit that you can associate with Charles Darwin, but not just him, because he's just a character for real.
Yeah.
Now, when you go down this rabbit hole with Charles Darwin, you're going to find out a lot of things when it comes to the education system that's dealing with the United States and how they control what we learn and through history. That's why a lot of this shit I know for a fact is fake. It's not what actually went on, because it's controlled. But when you go into it, you're going to see how history is psychologically why they're doing it. So you can read through the lies. See, I can read through the lies and understand that, okay, y'all try to put these characters in our faith that are just straw men. You understand? Because I understand who the Royal Society is. All you gotta do is look up who the Royal Society is. That's why the code word, when you read it, it said the Royal Navy. It's the Royal Society. Because the Royal Society, through the Freemasonry, which controls the educational system, and all literature on history goes through them. You know what I mean? Because that's why you you made a very good observation when you said, oh, the British, we supposed to defeat the British, but they got their dirty hands all in our shit still. So how did we fight them and got rid of them? And they still are the hidden hand behind everything, through the banking, through the education, through the books, the publishing companies, the the editors, all that stuff ran through the Royal Society. And guess who's a member of the Royal Society? Bro, when you go down that rabbit hole, you're going to see Tesla, Elon Musk. He's a member of the Royal Society. So why is that? Charles Darwin, his father, who was a Mason. His father was look, check this out, bro. His father was a Freemason. His son was a Freemason. His grandfather was a Freemason, but they got no literature or nothing saying that Charles Darwin was a Freemason, bro. How is everybody else in your family one, but you're not?
Right.
You know what I mean? And the thing about it is, we all heard of people doing bills on Charles Darwin with the evolution. I learned this on my own because I didn't even know who Charles Lyell was until I started doing research. I was doing some research on what they do, the carbon dating. I was doing some research on carbon dating, showing how fake that was. How they know what the fuck was 1 million years ago? You feel me? And the researchers said they don't know. They were saying they do sediments. You know how they go through layers? They was like, why are we going to the Grand Canyon and we're finding the lower layers being younger than the higher layers? You know what I mean? How that happened?
Right.
So when they were discussing that, they mentioned Charles Darwin. Then they mentioned Charles Lyell. And I was like, damn, who's that? That's the only reason I found, because if you go on, that's why I said you can't just use Wikipedia, because if you go on Charles Lyell's Wikipedia page, you're going to see Charles Darwin name mentioned. But when you go to Charles Darwin's Wikipedia page, you see no mention of Charles Lyell at all. So the only way you're going to know about him is you got to keep digging. You know what I mean? Because they purposely, now how was they friends in college in Oxford, whatever they went to, right? Whatever school they went to, and they both members of the Royal Society, right? How is Charles Darwin not mentioned in his bio with Charles Lyell? You know what I mean? So if you're doing any research with Charles Darwin, you're never going to see Charles Lyell's name. But when you do research, if you know who Charles Lyell is, or who Charles Darwin Sr., who his father is, that's the only way you're going to understand who Charles Darwin is. Because they both should be mentioned together. But you're not going to know that unless you actually research until you get to the point where you find an Easter egg and you're like, oh, who's this guy? You know what I mean? And a lot of times that happens by mistake, just as being tedious with your research, because nobody ever mentions Charles Lyell with his studies and his theories, and how Charles Darwin built on what Charles Lyell. Basically like this, without Charles Lyell, you wouldn't have Charles Darwin. But for some reason, they favored Charles Darwin because Charles Darwin had connections with the Freemasons and the Royal Society. His family was connected. So the real researchers that are actually putting in the work are being plagiarized by Freemasons and Royal Society members. You feel me? Same thing. Look, I'm going to give y'all an example. The same thing with Elon Musk. Elon Musk don't know how to do no technology. He don't know how to do none of that shit. He got all of the researchers. He paying all the people, and he's getting all the credit for the shit. You see what I'm saying? This is why I said this shit is fake. Because these are characters that get superimposed and put over a whole movement because they're a member of the club. Just like now, I'm not saying I get criticism because I talk about that's what Martin Luther King was. Martin Luther King ain't really do that much. He was just a voice. He knew how to articulate and talk, but he always found out where the movement was, and he brought his behind over there. And then now because he's a Freemason, his father was connected. They giving him all the credit for the movement that our people was doing across the country, organizing. We people from the community was organizing those marches. You feel me? That's why, bro, I say what I say, because I'm like, bro, the history is involved with is only 1% of what really happened. Everybody that ever lived is a part of history, bro. Everybody, all of us, all of our family, you feel me?
Yeah.
But that's not recorded. You know what I mean? So it's up to us to step up and let people know, like, bro, it's more deeper than what they're trying to construct a narrative around the control and psychological games with the masses, bro.
And it also, from what I was reading, and this was kind of struck me. I was like, wait a minute, they did all their research here in America. Like,
right. Because look, they had two of them. You had the Royal Society, and guess what else? Who else they working with? And you mentioned it, but I'm gonna give you even more deeper rabbit hole. It's something else that they're part of. Even the British royal family, not just the Royal Society. You also have the Royal African Society, and all of them have meetings. Those Africans over there who are royals and the royals over in England all work inside of one society, bro, to try to bring bloodlines and try to supersede our genetics over here in America and try to act like their genetics is more superior to our genetics, bro. I'm telling you what they doing. Really. And they try to control the narrative by putting out these fucking scientific bullshit ass theories to try to say that they're more superior than our ancestors over here. And we keep proving them wrong.
That's the one thing that the movie Troy.
Yep.
Where they was coming over here, so-called mission, they was doing all that stuff, what they considered to be in Egypt or whatever.
Right.
But they was actually just trying to it was actually mapping out the whole thing from everything that I was researching. I was like, man, they was over here mapping shit out.
Yeah.
Over here in America, it was a whole different level, but than just some Darwin theory or some shit like that. You know what I mean?
Right. So yeah. So where the way I look at it through the lens of this, I'm like, why are they doing this? You feel me? I don't look at it like I don't say that, the shit fake. I ain't gonna read it. What I do, and I'm looking at it like these motherfuckers are criminals. You feel me? Like I'm an investigator. So I'm like, oh, why are y'all doing this? What's your intent by putting this story out about genetics, evolution, and these people are who they are when they're really not? What is their goal? You understand? Who are y'all trying to fool? You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? Y'all got whole societies that are writing that when this editor or this writer comes out with his study, y'all blackball them, and it might be the truth. But because they're not a part of the Royal Society, they don't get any recognition. So people start thinking this shit, because it's in this book, this source is real, but this one is fake. You feel me? This one is fake, but this one is real when it's all inverted. You know what I mean? So you got to put it together and see who is a part of this club, who is a part of this club, who makes more sense. You understand? That's the way I look. That's how I look at it. Look at the shit. Or sometimes it's just totally just a fucking farce. Because I found out certain people's names wasn't who the names was. You understand? A lot of stuff was counterfeit. A lot of these bones, archaeologist stuff is just fake ass bones and shit. You know what I mean? When they talk about dinosaurs, man, bro, all that stuff is Royal Society. Shit, bro.
Hey, man, they must have been sitting there zooted on mushrooms and all kind of shit. Man, think about all this shit, man.
Yeah,
they had time to just think about all this shit.
But you got to understand, that's how they control the narrative and how they control population. You feel me? They learned that. If you give them people some fake shit and you keep all the secrets to yourself through the societies, we got all the secrets to the energy. You know what I mean? To life. You feel me?
This is what I say to that.
Yeah.
It's like this. They had to get a whole population of people to convince to be able to push that narrative out. You know what I'm saying? To keep pushing it out because they already knew we wasn't about none of that, and we wasn't even dealing with them. They had to be able to push it through their institutions and their system. Then eventually they had us in it.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
But see that goes to military, because the military is not just fighting. That's what I try to tell people. Military is not just you going to war with somebody. You know what I mean? You barbaric. You shooting people and killing people. No, bro. Military involves media, propaganda. You see them doing it now. Spies. You know what I mean? People infiltrating. Infiltration. You see what I'm saying? The food, nutrition, all that stuff is military, bro. So the whole thing is not just fighting, bro. You got to mentally, you know what I mean, protect your people as well and know how to identify when motherfuckers is trying to fool you, bro.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like people be thinking this is some goddamn little philosophical thing, man. This is some military shit, bro.
Exactly.
This is some high, mighty, powerful thing they got going on, man. People better wake up, man.
Theater. It's theater. It's actors, acting. All it is, bro. And it's all mental. It's a lot of mental shit, bro. You gotta pay attention to that, bro. You know what I mean? And that's one of the downfalls because we wasn't really familiarized with those tactics. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And it's not no insult to our people saying we want intelligence, but we wasn't dealing with dishonest actors, people acting like they love you and they don't. You know what I'm saying? We were dealing with pure love. You feel me? But when you got people that act like they love you and they don't, that becomes a problem to people who don't deal with that.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Real talk. Real talk. Now, let me play this because the other part of it, because I gotta bring the other part into it. Oh yeah, I gotta play None of Your Business thing. I forgot all about that. But I wanted to show this other one too. Because the other part is government, whose problem is it? And I was like,
I'm gonna hop down, bro. I'll be available this week, so I'll hop back on tomorrow, whenever this week.
All right, man.
That's all I wanted to say.
For sure. Monday be crazy. So I appreciate you bringing it up here, man. Pop your head in every now and then, nonetheless. Shit. You know what I'm saying? Let me play this real quick. Then I'll play this other one, then we out.
Good morning, girls. I'm going to talk to you this morning about the way you look. Now, I've heard it said that we women attach too much importance to our appearance, but that isn't true. After all, the way we look exerts so much influence on the way we feel and on the way other people feel about us that it really is very important. When I talk about good appearance or good grooming or looking your best, you probably think immediately of clothes or hairstyle or makeup. Well, I realize that those things are especially interesting to you, and they are important, and I am going to talk about them. But please remember that they are just really the trimmings. Just like the icing on the cake. If the icing is very good, well, that's fine. But if the cake itself isn't good, you'd soon lose interest in the icing. So let's start with the cake and come back to the trimmings later. Basically, of course, good health and intelligent physical care are the foundations of all beauty. We all want a lovely skin, shining eyes, a beautiful smile, and loads of pep, but we can't have them except in a healthy, clean body, and I mean clean. Remember, you can't have good looks without soap and water. There's no substitute for the daily bath as a groundwork for glamour. Brilliant teeth need brushing. Gleaming hair means frequent and thorough shampooing. And keep that air of freshness by using a deodorant regularly. It's a shortcut to Social Security. Sleep comes next to cleanliness as a beauty base. And I mean sleep, not just going to bed if that means sitting up writing letters or listening to music. I've seen lots of sparkling eyes and good complexion sacrificed to swing records at bedtime. Mind you, I'm all for music in its place, but there is a lot of sound sense in that old expression, beauty sleep. So snap out that light early enough every night to get 8 or 9 hours of this most effective beauty treatment. And then there's this business of eating. It worries me to see that so many girls think a balanced diet consists of soda pop and a sandwich or a big gooey sundae. Let's remember what we were taught in home economics about a well-balanced diet. Meat, cheese, eggs or fish, milk, butter, bread, fresh fruits, especially citrus fruits, green and starchy vegetables in proper proportion, and of course some sweets. And please go easy on fried foods. Beautiful skin, vitality, glossy hair.
Man, she said cheese and breads and all that stuff. Man, that looked like, man, that ain't nothing but mucus. Well, I mean, that probably works better for them. But yeah. Should I keep going? Yeah, I guess I will.
All the things you want begin with a balanced diet. So watch it, girls. It pays big dividends. Then there's exercise, preferably outdoors. And when I say exercise, many of you may think of work. Well, a little work is a helpful beauty hint, but so is outdoor play. I'll leave it to your own conscience whether you work in the garden, ride a bike, play ball, hike, swim, or ski. But try to spend some time every day outdoors, developing the grace that comes from toned-up muscles and the complexion that goes with good circulation. And even the ordinary things that you do every day can help to make you more graceful. But not if you do them like this. Walking upstairs, reaching up to a high shelf, dusting, all can be good body conditioning if you use your muscles to do them vigorously instead of...
All right, that's enough. You ain't about to get me beat up over it. People like, what the hell is he watching? I'm sharing a video, but I mean, I guess they had to be taught to do that in a big setting. Yeah, keeping yourself clean. It's always a good thing. Now, the second part that I want to discuss too, I'm going to try to stay on task with this, is that, you know, government, whose problem is it? Now, the most important thing that, you know, this guy has said was, wasn't his problem. It's not the government's problem, it's our problem. Our problem. I said, wait a minute. Is that what he said? Did I get this? Yeah. Interesting. This guy did. This is Barry Cunningham's show. And, you know, it's the elitist mentality that gets people in a trick bag, because they talk about whose problem is it? I'm like, wait a minute, whose problem is what? You know what I'm saying? Because when you look at it from that perspective, you know, the dynamics of people that come over here into America fall right up under it. So when you hear people say that, you know that the United States citizens and they're foreigners, that the government has control, that the government can do what it wants, and, you know, we just go along with that. And that's just what it is. Let me see, where are you at? 147? Let me go back to 147. All right, now let me share this with you. Let's listen to this guy for a second. It's interesting the idea that these people have about this government. And it's like, I catch him a few times because when he gets on the road, he tell you how he really feels. And tells me that he pretty much just talks from an elitist mentality. He thinks that the United States is America and America is United States. And he equates the whole world to America, to the United States. So it's Barry Cunningham. Every time I can catch him, I like to correct him. You know, he cool though. I like it. You know what I'm saying? He's a Trumper, and he loves the system, and he loves his life, and he owes it all to the United States. You see what I'm saying?
It was one of the problems I had with the lady that was bitching about real estate. I don't look.
Hi. Meet Woodger.
Again? Come on, man. Hold on. You get to make sure everything is straight. All right, now we can go.
And SV as well, so we're going to be launching that. In addition, about the same time, if not sooner, at the main studio, you're going to gotten through the doldrums of summer. We got through. We're mid-August right now. You should see them come.
There's been an argument that they need to moderate or concern over what that's going to look like should they succeed, or that they may not succeed, that they might be defeated by Republicans despite them not doing well in the polling either. What would you say to the moderates in your party who feel that way?
I would say to the moderates, our party, you need to figure out how to actually offer something new to voters that isn't just the same message that you gave them in 2024. Increasingly, the reason why the establishment of our party is being defeated over and over and over again is it's because they don't have the right values that are aligned with not just the Democratic base, but the American people, where people are sick and tired of listening to Democrats who tell them all the reasons why they can't solve their problems. If you can't solve our problems, you shouldn't be running for office.
See, that's one of the problems I have right there. It was one of the problems I had with the lady that was bitching about real estate. I don't look for government to solve my problems. Most people I know don't look for government to solve their problems. They're your problems. Whatever.
So, under those circumstances, you don't look for government to solve your problems, but you vote for somebody to do something for you. Right? Isn't this why you vote? To make sure that the problems don't hit our doorstep? Isn't that their job in representation position? Their job. They have a job. See, this is where you get into, yeah, I got a lot of money. I got everything. I got what I need, so on and so forth. So, you know, to all you people down on the lower plains, I'm on Mount Olympus. Sometimes you got to think about what you say. You know, especially if you're talking from an American position, as you say, you got the flag behind you, right? You're for making America great again. And then you talk about it's not the government's problem, it's our problem. It's our problem to do what? Now, trust and believe. If we knew, if they said it's your problem, handle it, do you know what we would do, Barry? Handle it. Do you know what I mean by handle it? So I know you on your Mount Olympus, but when we say we're going to handle that, where we're from, yeah, that's what we mean. But do you understand why most of our people kind of half step on handling that? Because they know equal protection. So you kind of fall back. But then you have a lot of people that talk like him that we know that's a brother. You know what I'm saying? And but you could tell that he's not original mainland American. But you can tell he's from around somewhere outside of North America, came in here, and he's enjoying the fruits of his labor. You see what I'm saying? You have other people say, you got to get out here and work. Work for who? Work for what? Work. What is work? People have these words so misconstrued, it's outrageous. Working. Working. What is working? People make a lot of statements, but they don't give no solutions. See, me? Anybody know that talk to me up on these lives and all this stuff and ask me what's the solution? I'll give it to you right off the top. I'm not going to beat around the bush. Be slow. Ask a question outside of in regards to what? Now I know what solution you're looking for. I'm going to give it to you. People say what, right? We have opportunity. Let's just deal from this perspective, right? We got some up in here that works for a law firm, knows law very well. We also have somebody that drive trucks. A couple other people drive trucks. We got other people that knows how to build, knows how to fix. You have other people that have land, probably have acres of land that probably grow food or whatever, or just have that other aspect of that profession. You got other people that own multiple properties, do investment. You have that. You got other people that probably know how to do technology, know how to work the computers, and all this other type of stuff. You have a lot of people that can do things. You see what I'm saying? See, this is where you get back to the apprenticeship program as well. Creating jobs. This is what I was talking about earlier in the beginning. I should have saved that opening monologue to after the music because I got to delete all that. But what I'm saying is that when I was talking about Big Mama being at the house and she and her baby made it to the league, got a full scholarship, D1. Then was that good, made it to the league. Instant millionaire. Instant. Mama's still in the neighborhood. Got her house and everything that she raised you in and all that stuff. You talk about, Mom, I'm take you up out of here. Nah, this is my house. I'm staying here. Daddy, staying here. I ain't going over there with you. What am I gonna do over there? I got Miss Mary over here. I got Miss Delilah over here. I'm staying right here with my friends. Why couldn't you do that? Build the wealth up of your community. You got millionaires living outside of everywhere. And then they get into this place where they start sounding like him. Well, it's not the government's problem. It's our problem. What is the problem? What? High interest rates? That's not our problem. Somebody's doing that. You know who it is? It's the Fed. They raise interest price as it goes down, up and down like the Dow Jones, peaks and valleys. Right? Food is at a price and then it drops, then it goes up, then it drops. What else? Clothes, up and drop and up and drop. What about these other things we got going on? All these foreigners coming into different communities, getting A1 credit, getting fully funded, getting 60,000 credit cards and all that shit. That's our problem? Okay, Barry, if it's our problem, hey, why don't you go tell the government, sit down, stay out the way, and we will handle our problem. Because I guarantee you our people don't want to kill each other. We'd rather be something else. If we know we pointed out the problem, what's the problem, Barry? Do we know what the problem is? What do we have control over? You know, none of your business. You know, y'all listen. American guys, I know y'all be listening. People talking about y'all need to get out there and work. Y'all need to get out there and vote. Y'all need to get out there and get out there and get out there and do what? How about this? Everybody has a profession. All you got to do is be able to manage your money. Budget your money. Do good with yourself. Understand the system as it is. Right? That is your problem. And it's really not a problem. It's a decision. It's a choice you can make. We have no problems. Our problem is people within the circumstances of where we are want to disrupt it. That's our problem. But really, it ain't a problem. If people will just ignore it or rebut it and challenge them, and then they'll go away, right? They'll go away. They won't say nothing anymore. They'll do it somewhere else. But if you want to still subscribe to them and listen to what they're saying, cool. I can do it now. I do it then. I do it now and then. Because it don't affect me. Because all they're doing is talking. They're regurgitating something. Right? But he says it's not the government's problem, it's our problem. The government ain't got 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head. So, okay, so if that's the case, I mean, 2 eyes, a mouth, teeth, nose, lips, ears. They ain't got none of that. So it really ain't the government's problem. But if we, the people, are the government, like Biden said, then there means that those people within the government has the problem. Not just has the problem, but is initiating the problem. And guess where they're translating it to? Or not translate, my bad. Transferring it to. Liability. To who? To the other people. I guess supposed to be outside the United States government. Because we, the government, are the people. And the government he was talking to was, or the people he was talking to was the legislative branch, Congress. See what I'm saying? I know he's going to walk that back a little later. He's going to walk that back a little later. Because he was like, wait a minute, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean to say that the government, the government, it's not the government's problem. What I am saying is that we the people should take control of that. Okay, well, what does the Second Amendment say? A tyrannical government? Are you going to step out there and do that? No, you're not. You're not going to do that. So, think about it from that perspective. You know what I'm saying, Barry? You be all right, though. But every time I'm gonna catch you, I like listen to these people. See, I can deal with a brother. I can deal with somebody that he's doing good for himself. Every time he catch himself, you know what I'm saying? He be in his little bag. He be like, yeah. And he just spit out anything. You know what I'm saying? That's what he do. So, yeah, man. Let's see. What else? What else he got? I think that was it, though. Let me see what else he got to say. Let's see what else he got to say.
Where those problems are.
Democrats, we tell them all the reasons why they can't solve their problems. If you can't solve our problems, you shouldn't be running for office.
See, that's one of the.
What's wrong with what he said? If you can't solve our problems, you should not be running for office. Now him, that guy pretty much, what problem you got, homeboy? But what we know is, what we got is what? We got the Darwin-ism, eugenics, Tuskegee, civil rights, West African slave. I mean, we got a lot of shit on our plate, man. And we got other people saying that they came to our communities, they came to our mothers and our grandmothers, because you know the men in the family ain't listen to that shit. Now I want to hear this dude come up here preaching. You know, the women, they'll listen to that. They you know, men sitting back watching, listening. Because when it get to the point, what you gonna do, man? What you gonna do? What you gonna do? Well, you know, I'm gonna do this and do it. Just like Stokely was doing. It's like Martin was doing. Knocking on doors and all these other people. What's the other dude's name? That was with that said he went to Troy and he ended up going here and there. You know, that guy that was with them, you know, all these people came to your mama, your grandmama's door, those that are still living, and said that there was something going on and they can fix it. Have they fixed it? These people are running off the fact that they could solve some problems. So if you're saying there's problems that need to be solved, that means that the United States has some problems. This United States government has problems. Now, what I might say might sound a little bit vicious. Might sound a little bit selfish. It might sound a little bit selfish. But what I would say is this. They are constantly talking about foreign affairs. Every time I say that, I trigger people. People hear me say that. Like, they're talking about foreign affairs. Like, the United States problem is foreign affairs. They're supposed to keep people from coming off this border. When they come in here, they need to be checked. They need to be, what do they call that? They need to be interrogated. Background check. All that needs to be done. So, are you doing that? Nope. So what's their problem? They have no problems. What Barry says. Barry said they ain't got no problem. They do got a problem. And Trump said they got a problem. The border. The border's the problem. Voter election problems. They got problems with people in government right now, representation position. In representation position, owe an allegiance to foreign entities versus owe an allegiance to the people that elected them to be there. But obviously, Barry says that we have the problem. That's our problem, huh? Okay. Obviously, Barry gonna have a solution. Or I'm gonna keep hollering at him until he has a solution. See what I'm saying? So, I don't know, man. Let's check him out.
Of listening to Democrats who tell them all the reasons why they can't solve their problems. If you can't solve our problems, you shouldn't be running for office.
See, that's one of the problems I have right there. It was one of the problems I had with the lady that was bitching about real estate. I don't look.
See this, you see that they all hitch they stall, even in the times of when they saying that we the weakest, they all hitch they stall to us. Vetted. That's the word. Vetted. They all hitch they stall to us. Because we have people in representation position ain't doing their job. We don't need them to fix any problems. We need them to prevent the problems that come into our neighborhoods. See, this is where people don't understand about, you know, ground round, you know what I'm saying? 10 toes down. This is what we're talking about. If we know, right? If we know, and this is going to, and I'm going to talk about this $1,000 stuff that Trump is doing. See, Trump, cold dude, but do that too. But I want to focus on history, Derek. And the reason why I want to focus on history, so we ain't got to talk about it no more. Because a lot of people really don't know who these people are. And they want to make it a white thing. And what you don't know, Derek, is a lot of our people are pushing a white supremacist ideology. And really, they're the only ones pushing the white supremacist ideology. And guess what? These same people like Candyland and Django are saying, oh, that's good. I'll just keep talking about it too. So that way, yeah, we'll just put the thing on you. You just go ahead and do it. They're not going to mess with you because we got the whole military and all these things around you. So they'll know that you're untouchable. We got your back, homeboy. Trust and believe. What did he say? He said, you know, he didn't come for that damn Mandingo. He came for that God. Legs crossed, big sniffer. Already then put a little seal on he writing checks and everything. He didn't already let me know that he came for that God. He ain't come for. God damn it. If it was a snake, it would have bit me. And he said, yep, sure would have. It's funny. It's funny. Well, I gotta make it funny. You know what I'm saying? Because I want to let people know how stupid they are. You know, when I get a chance to be right, I love to be right. And if I got a chance to do dozens on you, make you look like a goddamn fool, and you gonna still talk about that shit, then you gonna know I'm gonna make you out to look like a fool. But a lot of these people are so enamored with them folks that these other people are so relaxed, straight, cool, because that's all they want them to think. You know what I'm saying? What did he say? Bam, he dropped that cane and he said, you uppity nigga. Candyland always gonna be here. You know, generations later, the white boy said, your daddy, your granddaddy didn't shaved us on the porch for I don't know how long. He said, I'm trying to figure out why y'all ain't never cut our throats. And he had to look. He gave the look. He didn't look at him because he was shaving. He gave him the look. He said, that's for me to know and you to find out. Have you guys ever seen The Butler? The Butler. Right? Y'all ever seen The Butler? The cook, all them cats that was in the White House. Y'all ain't seen The Butler? Watch it. Interesting. But it's just about the perspective. It's about perspective, how you look at things. It's where you got to get your emotions in check. Because me, it's funny. It's funny to me. You know, I got an elitist mindset too, but my elitist mindset is not like that. My elitist mindset is that, man, I don't care what you got going on. I'm not participating. And if I find out that y'all got me in a dupe, oh, guess what? Gonna pay for it. Gonna pay for it. Easy. But yeah, man, I'm just saying. Just think about the things and look at it from another perspective. I suggest that. Just think of me as somebody just giving a suggestion. Not telling you what to do. Just a suggestion. Let's let him finish it.
For government to solve my problems. Most people I know, I had with the lady that was bitching about real estate. I don't look for government to solve my problems. Most people I know don't look for government to solve their problems. They're your problems.
Most people that he knows does not look for government to solve their problems. So are you telling me none of these people vote? When people come in and do their campaigning and come to these communities, these counties, these cities, these towns, they're making a pitch on what they're going to, once they get in, what they're going to do for the people. Then you have people that actually that are there that have money that are going to say, okay, we're going to invest, but this is what we need. This is what we need you to do. So what is he talking about? Joe Biden, we the people are the government. Everybody else, based on this new system, it's on the outside looking in. Constituents, investors. See what I'm saying? When people come, they come in with a mission. I need your vote. In order for me to get in and do X, Y, Z and be a service to you in this community, in this district, in this town, in this city, in this state, I need your vote. What is he talking about? Because those PACs or those political action committees are actually coming with some type of crew. And we got the money, we got the back. And everybody see Distinguished Gentleman, Eddie Murphy? Y'all seen that? And he went to the major groups and stuff like that, and they actually did what they did, and they got him elected. So I don't know what this guy is talking about, but I know some things have changed. We have our resources. You see what I'm saying? So we good. We good, Barry. I'm just saying, look at it from another perspective, bro, before you get into your elitist mentality. It's all good. Because at the end of the day, I know somebody's going to be watching from your channel. And I know they might catch it as well. Because once I get in these things, I'm going to tag you. I'm going to put a tag in it and change the title a little bit so you can see what actually happened at that time. So you can actually see what I said. Yep. See, me? I ain't really tripping on white folks. You know what I'm saying? You know, and the law thing, whatever. You know, I put them out there, whatever. But they have nothing for me. Nothing. When I say nothing, they have nothing for me. But ... Now, let's continue. That's cool. None of your business. None of your business got me back on my horse. I was about to end this live.
Problems. Whatever those problems are, most people I know don't look for government to solve their problems. They're your problems. Whatever those problems are, they're your problems, not the government's problems. I've said it before. There is no way a government can make housing more affordable. Can't be done.
Hey, look, you heard what he said? He said there's no way government can make housing more affordable. Yeah, for him, because he's in real estate. He don't want it to be because then he'll lose money. Has anybody looked at the county tax assessor's office and looked up the value of what they give it versus what the market value, what they call it, the fair market value is? The public square? It's totally different. Why is there a market value and then there's another value with the county? What's going on here? Why is there two going on? Huh? I don't make my turn my camera on now. Huh? This is a teach moment. Hold on. Let me go ahead and do the camera. Hold on. Let me go ahead and do this real quick. Let me throw the spectacles on. Has anybody looked at, you know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. No, I can't do it. I don't want to take him down. Nope, not doing it. But we'll deal with all these different things. But what I was going to do is I'll go to the Sacramento County tax assessors. I'll just go to Redfin. I'll look up the fair market value of a house. Just pull one up. I can pull one up that I know that I'm looking at. And then I'll go look at the county assessor. And I say, why is that different? Why are they different? What is the fair market? Oh, well, it's the comps, is what they're going on the fair market value, but that don't mean it's worth that. This is the problem. On top of that, the market value is based off the Fed. They dictate the interest rate, inflation, so on and so forth. If it was, why is it not even across the board? All the states got to have a constitution. They got to have a republic or a commonwealth. Outside of that, what's the difference? If they got to be uniform in the Constitution and the way they handle their people, why isn't it $2 a gallon everywhere? Why is it 99 cents a gallon? Anybody know back in, I think this was 90. The gas was like 99 cents. 91. Gas was 99 cents. As soon as they went to Desert Storm, that thing shot up. Once the war started happening, Desert Storm, Desert Shield, Desert. Man, that thing just kept shooting up. That thing went up a whole dollar. It was $1.99. Then it stayed there for a minute. Next thing you know, you had the next thing going on in 2000. Next thing you know, gas is what? I'm just saying. You got to be practical about this. You got to be practical, right? You think practical, then you'll understand what's actually going on. He just said the government can't fix that. The legislature, the Congress, is the one that enacted the Federal Reserve. It's called the Federal Reserve Act. The Article 1, Congress has the power of the purse. Hold on real quick. You see what I'm saying? Congress has the power of the purse. You know what I'm saying? Like the Federal Reserve, the board of governors, they're not appointed. They're not appointed. They're there. Jerome Powell is there. You see what I'm saying? And he is dictating the program. And the president can't do nothing about it. Congress can't do nothing about it. None of them can do anything about it but create an act that removes the Federal Reserve. And you know what that's going to do? Oh, yeah. That's going to cause a big problem. Big problem. But they talking about, well, they can't do nothing about it. They can't do nothing about it. Well, shit, that's a problem. So now what you're saying is, Barry, that it's not the government's problem, it's our problem. So it's our problem based on what the government did. Make it make sense. Make it make sense, man. Hey, what's going on, sister? We're gonna keep him up there. Abby do, Abby don't. I don't want to know what Abby do, and I don't want to know what Abby don't. But I do want to know what Abby think. What did Abby think? So, sis, where you at? That's what I'm talking about. See what I'm saying? 99 cents. What state you in?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Hold on real quick. American Goddess. What state you in? American Goddess, what state you in?
Oh.
Yeah, see, now your business said 91. Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. She in Cali, though. Yeah, 90s. Yeah, 91. Yeah, it was 99 cents. Gas was 99 cents in California. Let's see. And she's in Virginia. 97, 99. 99 cents. You see what I'm saying? I think ours was like $1.99 at that time. It was like maybe $1 ahead of that. And it was pretty much even at that time. What was gas like, if you remember, Abby, in the 90s? What was gas prices like in the 90s?
For me, it was 99 cents.
Bingo. I think it was 99 cents across the board. I think California. Yeah.
So I'm gonna say around when I started driving around 1995. I remember paying 99 cents. 1995, yeah. But this is what I want to ask you.
Go ahead, man.
What I think is interesting now, and I'm wondering if anybody in the chat is noticing this in their cities. Like if you like move from the whiter part of the neighborhood, the gas is lower, and as you start moving towards the black part of the neighborhood, it just keep going up, like a dime here, 2 dimes there, 3 dimes. And I'm like, wait, why are the affluent people paying less than the people that need the discount? Ain't this the same gas? Is anybody else noticing this, or am I?
Yeah. That's a good point. Because I know where I get my gas at, and it ain't in the hood. I might do it if I didn't slipped up and been lazy. I might grab like $20 and put some in there, and then go to them neighborhoods not too far. And it ain't nothing but maybe 1.5 miles, 2 miles away.
I'd say more like 6. How many miles to you? Like 6 to 8 miles is where you find it cheaper. I mean, it starts to get cheaper.
How much gas out there right now, Abby?
What is it, like $3.50?
$3.69.
$3.69.
$3.89. $4.15. Depending on what side of town.
Depending on what side of town you are, yeah, that's true. So
you
can get all the way to like $3.89.
You know how much gas is in California? Like 87?
Well, I was there not too long ago, and it was like close to like 5 something.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. That's what it is.
So,
the cheapest is $4.97. And that's 87 on 87. If you want the 89 and the 91, if you got to get that high octane, you paying like $5.50 to $6.
And it's gonna get worse because the Strait of Hormuz is not open, and then the Houthis closed down the Red Sea, and so they're just they're working on borrowed time right now. So we got to start prepping. I'm gonna start riding the bus. Fuck all that.
Nah, you look at it like this though, Abby. This is where I come in. See, this is where everybody call me a sovereign citizen, say I'm pseudo, I don't know what I'm talking about. People need to know how to recoup their money. You need to recoup your money. Or you can just keep your receipts, or you slice it, you slice the card right through the middle. Bam, you get that, get a receipt. You know what I'm saying? Do all those things, get those things, get you a good Get you somebody that know how to do your accounting, so that way you can at least get 24% back of your money that you put out.
Oh, you're talking about like your mileage and
Nah, it ain't even. No, it ain't mileage. It's just the payment. It's just what you pay.
Mm.
You ain't got to do.
Get a
You ain't
good
got to do
CPA is
Schedule
what
C.
you're saying.
You ain't got. You ain't. Yeah, CPA.
Mm.
Make sure they just do a good accounting, or you just get somebody like me.
I'm about to say, because the time you pay a CPA, shoot, you didn't pay them everything you saved in it.
Nah, it ain't. It ain't that much. You might pay like some CPAs is somewhere, depending on who they are. At the most, they might be like $500, $600. You know what I'm saying? But it's just about getting like at least like 24% back of the money that you put into the system. Just some basic. But a lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't know that all of these companies here are like vendors, right? They all get their registration and get their contracts through sam.gov to be able to set up these.
sam.gov, yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Qualify.
That's right.
But lately,
even we can do it.
Lately, they've been. It's like crony capitalism lately, where you got to be in the know to get the contracts, and I think they got so much on Orange Man that they told him, look, here's the deal, we won't expose you. You and your family could get rich, because everything, most of the Constitution is damn near out the window. Not all of it, but a lot of it. Like, have you heard the latest of Orange Man getting sued because he's been handing out $100,000 a month. You know how people do memberships where, you can get, like, I'll equate it to this: a YouTube channel. If you sign up for a membership, you can get exclusive content, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, on his True Social, if you sign up $100,000 a month, you can get his post and several other prominent people. I don't know the exact list. You can get their post before it's posted to the actual public. So basically, this is insider trading digitally. So he's getting sued right now for that. I found that quite interesting. I mean, we all know he was doing market manipulation with his post, but what we didn't know was like stock people, companies, all these people were signing up for this exclusive ability to see it first so they can buy stocks before everyone else jumped in on it.
Mm-hmm.
So that just came
I haven't heard about that.
A few days ago. It just came out. It's very new.
I mean, the commerce realm is one, but they play it to the tilt, and we have been engulfed in this little quagmire. So we need to figure it out. The only way right now to get it done is through the Treasury. See, everybody talks about the Internal Revenue Service, the IRS, but the IRS is nothing but an accounting branch, servicing agency. You see what I'm saying? The Treasury, that's the one. And you got to know how to deal with them. Then the Treasury, you deal with them properly, the Treasury's going to tell the IRS, go get that. They're going to go get that money.
Yeah. There's this interesting book that
got my hand raised.
Hi, Tom. And hi, Cobb, by the way.
Just saying. It's cool though.
I said Aton. Aton, you gonna come visit me on my channel tomorrow?
Yeah, what time?
You gonna pull up?
Yeah, what time?
around 5. I don't know. Depends on
5
how
year time. 5 year time.
central. Yeah, it depends on how we feel.
5 year
It's
time.
a on Tuesdays we let people come up and we just have discussions. On Thursdays we go deep dive into topics.
Okay.
But
All right.
Tuesday, yeah. Come see me.
All right, for sure.
But anyway, the whole point was, oh, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
The whole point was, there's this book that the name of the book is escaping me. The premise is like after World War II, the like uber elite came together and was trying to figure out how they always take a tragedy and make it out of an opportunity for themselves. So they, created like the Swiss banks and this and that, and all of these government entities are in on it. So that's why I was real interested when you were talking about how they're all characters, because they are, and they had already set it up because America's already captured. So all of these characters are basically, they are riding for imperialism without really telling us. So they talk about foreign policy way more, and they pass laws about foreign policy way more than they focus on domestic policy. And that's a red flag right there. I forget the name of the book. I'm gonna have to try to find it.
Yeah, and I've always said that too. Like you said, they've been captured. I say another way. I was like, yeah, these foreigners got control. Got control of the government.
Mm-hmm.
They got control.
Absolutely.
That's without question. They do have control of the government, but they still have a service to provide. They still have a service. They still have a service to provide. In the meantime, because they're still operating under that guise.
And I'm glad. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
It might be I'm sorry if I keep cutting you off. It might be a
no,
what they call
cool.
it, a lag or something. So I'm glad you said that, because this rise of the DSA, Democratic Socialist Association Party or whatever. I think the DSA is a new front for the FDR era. You remember when FDR put forth all those socialism programs to save capitalism? I think that's what the DSA is. Like they're winning left and right. Like first of all, you cannot win elections unless they want you to win.
Okay, wait. Back up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Socialist programs to do what?
Save capitalism. So when FDR put forth Social Security, like he put forth all of these programs, all these socialist programs that we didn't have before. It was because capitalism was kind of at its late stage at that time, and the only way they could save it, because they were scared of people revolting, was to throw them some crumbs. So they threw them a couple of things like Social Security. I think they call it SNAP now, but welfare, stuff like that. Things that would, GI Bill, the New Deal, which Black people were basically not allowed to participate in the New Deal or the GI Bill. But the point is, They
Okay.
threw that out to save capitalism,
What was the
and I
new
think
deal?
they're doing it
Okay.
again.
Hold on, real quick.
What?
Abby. Hold on, Derek. Hold on, real quick. I want to go somewhere with her real quick because she's saying something that I've never heard anybody say. Like outside of me reading a book. Okay, so she's saying something that I haven't heard anybody say outside
But
reading the
do
book.
you agree?
I absolutely agree, 1000%. All right. So take your time. Let her finish what she's saying, D. Let her finish what she's saying.
I'm sorry, Cobb. I'm not.
No, you're good. You're good. You're actually saying something that people need to hear because the last thing that you said that we wasn't even able to participate in, and even in the GI Bill, it takes a lot. I mean, I know a lot of elders in their 70s that have been still fighting to get 100% after fighting in the military. They still ain't getting their money.
It was it was housing projects. Those were supposed to be for white people, not us. What happened was, in a lot of places, those housing projects came up, and all these white people were in them. But then, lo and behold, the Civil Rights Act passed, so then they couldn't discriminate, and black people moved in, and that's when they became the projects. And the United States actively defunded federal funding from those buildings because they're anti-black. And so the buildings started getting run down because it was their job to maintain them. And they were maintaining them when they were all white for years until the Civil Rights Act. And then they became the ghettos.
All right. So we got a spot out here called CV Circle. And then you got another spot off Richards Boulevard, off just north of downtown Sac. And you got projects like that. Now, CV Circle was a place for military. Now, even you're talking about Watts, places like that. You got them projects. A lot of people that was coming over, most of those people had like military warrants, right? Not warrant like a warrant for your arrest, but they had set up a whole allotment for these people even there. You see what I'm saying? And eventually it did become like the projects. Well, we know what the projects is today. You know what I'm saying? So you're touching on something that a lot of people don't think about from that perspective, because a lot of people glorify it as if that it was supposed to be set up as if it as we see it today. See what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, when I lived in New York City, like the apartments I lived in were originally set up for vets, but only the white ones. They all had the same layout and everything, but the black vets had to go to the Bronx. Now this is after the Bronx had already they had already purposely created the highway structure in the Bronx to cut each neighborhood off from each other. Whereas in the other boroughs, it was open for people to be able to move freely. Does that make sense? It's almost like the train tracks. You know how they put the train tracks through the black neighborhoods to block them off and stuff? It's the same concept, except this was highways.
There's train tracks right over there by CV Circle. You go, there's train tracks between Great, PJs, Haciendas, Nickersons. There's train tracks everywhere when you're dealing with these areas. But
in the black
those
community,
train tracks, those train tracks initially was for, people was getting off them train tracks. So they went one direction, went the other direction. You know what I'm saying? That's just.
But they were specifically designed just in case something happened, like people rose up, they could cut us off. because they knew that we were like the groups they were oppressing the most, and they wanted to make sure if we rose up, they could just bring trains through and lock us in.
That's right. That's Rex 84, Rex 73. You ever heard of that? You ever heard of that?
No, but I mean, but obviously I understand the concept, but I didn't know the official, name or what have you.
Rex 73 was just for black folks during that time. Rex 84 included Mexicans.
Okay. Oh, so you're talking about California then?
No.
Oh, this is across the.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good shit right there, Abby. Hold on. D Cobb, what's going on, brother? I'm sorry. She was cooking. I had to give it to her.
I just want to reiterate before you move on that the DSA, which is the Democratic Socialists of America, I got the acronym wrong before. They're popping up, but they're running through the Democratic Party. And the DNC, you don't change the DNC from the within. The DNC changes you.
Oh,
so
yeah. I'm glad you said that, because I was going to ask you, what does that DSA stand for? And you know why, Abby? Since you say that, why? It's because them Democrats got desperate. And you know who them Democrats are? Them dumbass niggas. They the ones that brought you in. Them dumb niggas.
All I'm saying is be very, very cautious, because I think they're trying to use the DSA to corral us back to the Democratic Party. Don't get too fooled. And I'm going to land my plane because Cobb has been patiently waiting.
D Cobb, what's going on, man? Whew. That was a mouthful. What's up, man? Man, I got 3 people in the chat. I done ran a bunch of people off, Derek. I just like that conversation right there. Well, you better like it. Don't be scared.
Y'all know what's going on right now with this gold and silver shit?
I've been following crypto a little bit.
No, we don't. Just say no, Abby.
So yeah,
you gonna tell
no.
us anyway.
Okay, right now, the money market, you look through all the financial motherfuckers right now, they talking about gold and silver. Why? Because gold and silver is about to go crazy. They talking about $1,000 an ounce for silver and $10,000 an ounce for gold. Now, to the average nigga, that don't seem like no big deal. But the average nigga don't know that the new deal that you were speaking of is a deal between gold and silver, and who owns it. And I can tell you right now, today, we're the only people who own it.
Can you elaborate on that? Because that's not my understanding of the New Deal. So can you?
Okay, the New Deal was 1933 when the Gold Confiscation Act. The Gold Confiscation Act was about making the dollar bill paper currency. But before that deal, paper currency was redeemable for gold and silver. But no one ever asked who had the gold and silver that was redeemable too. Because that means that the US dollar is attached to something. And it was always attached to the gold and silver. Now the gold and silver became a monetary issue through gold and silver certificate notes when that was redeemable for that 50 years. The entire economy was on gold and silver. So now today, that same gold and silver that was $20 an ounce in 1913 is $440 an ounce today. That same silver that was $2, worth $2 and something cents at that time, it's worth $66 today. Now, if you look on the charts for
So,
the states.
may I
Yeah.
may may I just correct you on one thing? Because the
Yes,
New
ma'am.
Deal, and so what you're talking about is happened in 1974, I believe.
No, that's when they came
Somewhere
off the
around there,
gold.
where
No, ma'am. That's Nixon.
yeah, that was the end of
1971 is when they ended the gold redeemable
the gold
dollar.
standard. Okay,
Right.
because the New Deal was more about like social programs for
No,
Americans.
the New Deal was actually the dollar becoming a dollar. But the dollars defined before was gold and silver. So we think today that a dollar in your pocket is a real dollar. That's a fiat currency that was once backed by something tangible. Now
Yes.
it's not tangible.
Yeah, it's only backed.
But
It's
what
only backed by the
they never
idea.
told you, they never told you that your ancestors, your grandmother and your great grandmother, your great grandfather, they were a part of this New Deal in 1933 because it was their gold and silver. It was their economy. They owned the economy. They created the economy. They created the stuff to create the economy through gold and silver. Gold bought you the house. Silver is what maintained it.
Hmm.
Y'all look at pennies, nickels, dimes, and quarters, and half dollars and silver dollars as bullshit today because we're beyond that because of how pricing is. But if you go back to 1913, the average shit was either one of those increments of coin. So now they put it all in a money market account and called it a reserve because that's what it was. Now today, that reserve is the only thing that can save this country. So now they have to implement this gold and silver. Why? Because these gold and silver certificates are in the trillions. And there's a people here that actually are owning these things. And they can exchange them for Federal Reserve notes on a money market account.
Hmm.
So that way they have what you call internal revenue for the country. That's why you need an internal revenue service to actually be the secretary.
Hmm.
So these things have been kept from us since 1971. When he came off the gold, he was really supposed to give us our just due, which was our what you call restitution.
All right.
So today, Trump is busting that down right now. Y'all need to go look.
Okay, so everybody talking about the 1933 House resolution. Boo, 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 boo. None of that shit is validated. You have a You have a 1933 executive order. I think it's 6102. It's the Golden Reserve Act. Can someone go look that up? It did the complete opposite. What it did is remove the domestic backing of the US dollar with gold for the everyday citizen. It took it away. This was 1933. Go look, go watch. Everybody going off of a premise of 196 House resolution. Yeah, that's for the game. That's gab. That ain't running the United States, bro. The United States being ran, the citizen in the United States being ran by the fucking executive branch. Period. And the executive branch wrote a order, 1933. Go look it up, 6102. And it did the exact opposite of what you're saying. Opposite, totally opposite. It took the gold away from the dollar backing, not backing it up.
So you're saying this is 40 years before the 1974, where the gold standard was completely removed.
Yeah, it was already removed from the domestic. We couldn't see no fucking gold backing up that note. That note was just bullshit. Actually, the what was back in the note was the um the Hart Celler Act, if I can remember it correctly, that came out in 1920, allowing the Asians, the Indians, and the Africans flooding the country, and they built the bonds and shit off of that. That's what they was building, adding more citizenry to the fucking United States. That's what they was backing their fucking notes on. Man, I don't know. People got to read. It's called the Hart Celler Act.
You keep reading. I'm about to get this money.
Yeah, okay.
Don't worry about it. I told you, you on the outside looking in. You think like you on the outside looking in.
You better
Hey, don't worry
read,
about it.
homie.
You better read.
Just
I
keep
can tell you
going
what
thinking you
happened. I
can
was there.
beg for something and
Y'all
think
about
you
to start
begging.
fighting?
You act like we weren't there, nigga.
Nah, that's him
I've
talking.
been here in this world since 1971.
So you would know what's going on if you been here. You
Yeah,
would
I know
know.
what's going on. I'm looking at the money flow right now.
Nah, you ain't looking at no. That ain't your
Yeah.
money, man.
Okay.
That's
Well,
not your
you need to talk.
money.
Hey, look, you need to talk
You
to
ain't
the
got no
financial people
print,
because
no
they all
face,
talking the
no
same thing.
action in that money.
I
What's
feel
going
what you're
on,
saying,
man?
but you're wrong. I'm
No,
not
I'm
worried
not.
about you.
Bro. So that's your money. That's your money. The United
Here, go
States
certificate.
debt note is your money.
No.
Yeah, yeah,
Actually,
yeah,
not.
yeah, yeah. That's
No,
what you
no, no,
say.
no. See, our money is called a gold or silver
You
certificate.
haven't seen none of that
You
shit
do
since
you
the
know what a gold and
goddamn
silver certificate note is?
1913,
Do you know what
1912,
a
bro.
gold and silver certificate note
That
is?
shit
Yes or
ain't
no?
nothing. The gold and silver
Do
certificates
you
ain't
know
is
what that means?
bullshit. It's
Okay, all right,
bullshit.
cool. Because see, you weren't here.
It's bullshit,
Okay,
man. What
to
is he
you.
talking about?
Okay, to you, sir. Respectfully, because you
It's
weren't here.
still controlled by the Treasury. That's not
Right.
controlled
And
by
do
the
you know
world
who?
market,
Do you know
homie.
what is in the treasury?
What's wrong with these people
Do you
around here?
understand what? Hold on. Hold on. You laugh, but you don't want to learn nothing.
You ain't
You want to
teaching
read it in the
shit.
book, so go find it.
You
But I
ain't
can tell you
teaching
right
shit.
now, the Treasury and the Federal Reserve Bank is two different entities.
Private companies,
Two different entities.
not
Because the
American
Treasury is
companies.
the Treasury is just what it is, a treasury.
Not American companies.
No, it's not.
The treasurer just print money.
No, the Treasury is just the money. It's just a treasury. That's why they have a central bank. Why? Because that's the middleman. Period. There was never a middleman before. That's what that's what y'all not getting.
Central banks aren't the middleman. Central banks are the lead man.
No, central banks are the middleman.
No. No.
Okay, cool. Y'all believe it if you want, because y'all about to watch it, nigga.
No.
Y'all about to watch it. Because gold and silver certificate notes is real gold and silver money.
No.
That's 100% asset-backed dollars.
Boy, you'll never see that, right? You could go
Don't
buy
worry
a
about it. We
gold
will.
chain.
Don't.
You
Hey,
go
homie.
buy
You
silver
know what? Hey,
chains. It
not.
don't.
You're not gonna be
You
mad,
can't.
right? You're
Why
not gonna
can't
be
I have a
mad about it.
conversation,
If we do
man?
see it, when we
Why
do
is
see
you
it, you're not gonna
always
be
cutting
upset,
me
right?
off when I'm making sense? Why you got to do that? You
You
cannot.
telling me I'm not getting something.
Damn,
I'm
bro.
telling you,
What's
you're not gonna
wrong
be
with
mad if I
you?
do,
What's
right?
wrong with you?
You said I'm not getting something. You're not
You're
gonna be mad if I
yapping.
do, right?
You're yapping.
You're gonna be happy for me.
So you can't spend no gold certificates. Where? Who? What store are you going
No
to?
gold and silver
Hey
certificate.
man,
Can
god
excuse
damn,
me?
let me talk, bro. You
Come on, man.
yapping. You making
You
no
asking a dumb
sense.
question. No, they can't. They're not in circulation.
You.
They
So
can't be
what the
spent on the
fuck
street,
is you
but they can
saying
be
you
exchanged
gonna
for
get
the
to
market
do
value.
what with? No, no, my boy. So they creating dollars from nothing but paper, wood. That's it. It's not. It don't have anything tangible to it. Nothing at all.
That's
Now
what you
they're
think. You
coming.
on the
Why
outside,
you
bro.
interrupting me, brother? Please learn something.
No, you ain't teaching me shit.
Stop talking. Someone else can learn something without
They
your
ain't learning
mouth
nothing.
running.
You
So
telling them what
now
they don't have.
what they're creating is another currency afloat out of nothing, no tangibility. This is called the Bitcoin. They're moving from one fashion of jurisdiction to another faction of complete jurisdiction. Now, when you put yourself under this non-tangible income or non-tangible currency, it's putting you in this whole fucking world of a non-tangibility, taking you right into a digital platform, a ownership in a digital representation where you can get titles, where you can get birth certificates, where you can purchase property, where you can do everything in a digital world. They've been showed you that. Another foreign shit to take you out of reality. See, you keep
May I read something so
go
you
ahead.
guys can discuss? The US dollar is a fiat currency not backed by a physical commodity because it's not backed by anything anymore. So I'm going to start over because I interjected. The US dollar is a fiat currency not backed by a physical commodity like gold. However, physical dollar bills in circulation are legally matched by Federal Reserve holdings of US government bonds, aka Treasury securities, while the broader digital money supply relies on trust in the US economy. So basically, I think what you're trying to say, Nati, is that is Nati, right? Yeah. Is like it's a Ponzi scheme. So they move from the paper dollar to the digital because I feel like the paper dollar, because of this new war and people are moving to the petro one and not the petrodollar anymore. So they got to up their ante. So now they're moving to digital currency, which
To get them
ain't
out of
backed
the
by
way.
nothing either.
Go back. Just go back to the first paragraph where it's showing you that the debt. It tells you that it is nothing, but then it tells you it's backed up by the U.S. what
U.S. government bonds. So
bond?
other
Okay,
countries, other countries buy
the
U.S. bonds,
bonds. Right. Stop right
but
there. They've
okay,
been dumping U.S. bonds like it's shit paper for the last year and a half. Every country. They're not fucking with
Every
it.
country's buying gold.
Every damn, bro, this shit crazy.
well, they've been dumping them a little bit, but
No,
not to the point, but
China,
not to,
Russia, the BRICS, the
well,
whole
well, let
BRICS
me finish.
situation is dumping that.
Well, let me finish. Let me finish. They've been dumping them, but not to the point where they are ruining. China could dump all their bonds, and we would be screwed.
No, we
But they're
wouldn't.
not doing that. And
Yes,
why is that?
No, we
yes, they
wouldn't.
are. Yes,
China's
they
dumping
are.
their bonds and ain't getting their money back today.
Yeah, they dumping their shit,
But they
sweetie.
ain't getting their money back.
Exactly.
So what the fuck that tell you?
That
There's a
motherfucking bond ain't
stronger.
worth shit.
No, yeah, it ain't.
That's what that
That's what they
tells
telling
you.
you.
This
That's why gold and
motherfucking
silver
bond is
going through the
shit
roof right
paper.
now. That's
Like
why
I just
gold and
said.
silver. Yeah,
No,
you just
gold and
said
silver ain't shit, bro.
what?
It's not a tradable currency. Why does you keep going there, bro? You don't have a bag of gold to go buy you a sack of groceries. Stop the bullshit, Craig.
Okay, so all this wealth started in 1971 when they came off the gold.
What? No, bro.
So you do know before 71 to 33, they was on the gold, right?
The web started when they came
You do
off the
know
gold.
that, right?
What's wrong
You
with you?
do know that.
What's wrong with you?
From 33 to 71, dollar was redeemable for gold.
No,
Yes, it was.
it was no.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
well
In foreign
let me
countries,
ask
yes,
this.
it was.
Let me
In
throw this
foreign countries,
question.
yes, it was. Here, it was just backed by gold.
Let me
No.
throw this
Oh my
question
God,
in there
man.
for you guys to discuss it, right? If
All right.
money isn't backed by gold, why did they have to kill Muammar Gaddafi, who was trying to build a one currency in Africa that was completely backed by gold?
Because that was gonna be real currency. That was gonna be representation of real wealth.
Because it was backed by
Gold. But he was still
okay.
holding the gold. He was just
Right.
validating his currency being backed by that in weight of gold. So he was the only one in the world. Okay. So that's why they got rid of him, because now everyone will get rich anytime someone will
This means that
hold
gold is
one of his,
entity as well.
But
anytime
isn't
someone.
that kind of so I'm just playing devil's advocate right now because I'm trying to learn. But isn't that some of what do you put in front of your name? Decob's point is that
Ma'am,
his because he could turn in that gold for fiat currency.
ma'am, if you in America had a Gaddafi dollar in your pocket and he valued that dollar at 14 tons of gold, that $1, you would be the richest motherfucker in America, because America's economy is regulated on oil.
That's what I was saying. The
So
petrodollar.
so listen what I'm saying to you. So he could afford to give out dollar bills like it's water, because he's backed by he has that gold of backing in his shit. So he can give it out to all the black people in America, all the black people in Africa, all the black people all around the world, and all them black people now is gonna be the richest people on the world, because the value is that much higher now compared to everyone else that's still working on a global market of trade, working under the same commerce of avenue or revenue. You would be different. You would have been outside. So, America, I want you to look up, I just said just a minute ago, look up Executive Order 6102. The same time that document about the House Resolution 196 come out, Congress don't have any power ever since the Trading with the Enemies Act.
Wait, you
Trading
have
with
to wait. Hold on. You throwing out too many numbers. Executive order what?
61 6102
6102
1933.
in 1933.
So you talking about HJR 192, not 196, right?
Y'all
192,
want me to
yes,
read it
yes.
or what?
You can.
So you
Signed by
saying
President.
Congress didn't have no more power?
No, Congress didn't have no power post that Trading with the Enemy Act. All the power was handed over to the executive branch. So at 1933, even though they was giving you a charade about shit, it didn't matter, because what really mattered was the president's word. Fuck everything else.
So you
Okay,
want me
so
to
And
read
that
it?
happened all the way up into 72.
let's give it some context. So slow down.
I'm gonna
Hold on,
read it.
hold on,
Go
Abby.
ahead.
Real
I
quick.
know I'm fast with
Oh, I
it
thought
because
you
I
wanted
know
me
Hold
to
this
on,
read
shit.
it in
Abby, real quick.
context.
Hold on, Abby. Hold on, Abby.
Go ahead.
All right, so look. Uh, so under the circumstances, this is where you get to that national emergency banking and all that stuff. This is where these executive orders come in. So really, Congress is acting like they have some power, but they don't.
Would you like me to read it
Nope,
now?
Congress didn't have no power. Judicial didn't have no power. Remember, judicial got wiped out with the Thompson versus Railroad.
Okay, we talk about that.
Yeah, they went to administrative, so they strictly up under the executive order. Period. Then the Trading with the Enemy Act produced everything under executive order. Period. So now it enforced, what it did is enforce the martial law that was created on Lincoln's watch. That's what
Can
it did.
okay. Just a
Okay,
word of
go ahead.
advice. If y'all trying to teach people, y'all can't be throwing out all this stuff without
I can't
explaining what
help
it
it.
is.
I can't help it, sis.
I'm just saying because
Now this
everybody's
is
not
an
is
intermediate.
not where you are.
This
So
is intermediate to advanced. You know what I'm saying? So just saying,
all
it
right,
is.
go ahead then.
It is. But what you said earlier though was quite advanced. See? You taught me something. So go ahead.
But I'm
Read it.
learning something right now. Like I don't know these. I'm not as versed
So if they didn't have
on the
power then, how do
financial.
they have power now?
I don't know. We both were talking at the same time. I don't know who was saying that. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Abby. You've been waiting patiently, sis. Go ahead.
I just wanted to read it so people in
Yeah.
your when they watch this, they know what you're talking about. So the Executive Order 6102 in 1933 was signed by President Franklin D. Roosevelt on April 5th, 1933. Executive Order 6102 forbade the hoarding of gold coin, gold bullion, and gold certificates within the continental United States. It required citizens to turn in most of their gold to the Federal Reserve for $20.67 per pound to help fix the Great Depression. So do
Now,
y'all want to like
hold
go
on
from
real quick,
there
Abby.
or
Hold on. Abby, hold on real quick. Remember what you said to me earlier about that more housing and all that, what Roosevelt did and all that shit? Remember you said that? Okay, connect the dots. Connect the dots.
Oh, I'm just trying to let people understand what y'all are talking about while you're talking.
Okay.
That's all
Hey,
because when you
line
just
right up
start
to what
throwing
you
out
said.
executive orders and numbers and like it'll make a person's head just be like, oh, I don't even want to hear this because you're not explaining what they are before you jump into the discussion about what's your opinions about it. You know what I'm saying? That's all. I'm just trying to moderate a little bit.
Abby,
Yes, sir.
that's good. But I brought this up. They'll tell you I brought that thing up on the screen a bunch of times.
It don't matter. Like you can have new people here. You know what I mean? You never know who comes on your channel and hears what y'all saying. You got to reiterate every time. And people ain't gonna remember, the exact executive order every time. It's just good to reiterate. That's all I'm saying. That's just my 2 cents. But y'all go ahead.
So tell
So
me how that transaction happened. What you just read. Tell me how that transaction happened.
By executive order.
Okay. So
so every I could tell you that it says that, hold on, Americans had to trade their gold at a local bank by May 1st, 1933. Now I'm wondering how they know they had to go.
It was out. Your ass was going to prison if you had
If
any
you were
goddamn
found with
gold.
the
Yeah.
gold,
Yes, ma'am.
people
If
could
someone
keep up
ratted
to
on
one.
you and said you had gold, your ass went to prison.
I'll finish telling you. People could keep up to $100 in gold coins, rare collector coins, and gold used for professional arts, jewelry, or industry. Breaking the law meant a fine up to $10,000, which is over $200,000 today. Up to 10 years in prison or both.
Mm-hmm.
Now, none of your business mentioned the 1933 bank holiday, where they closed down all the banks.
Mm-hmm.
they closed down the banks to audit the gold that was in each and every account throughout the
Mm-hmm.
United States.
Mm-hmm.
So now they collected 5,000 tons of gold during that transaction. Now you're telling me 5,000 tons of gold came out of a private account in 1933 when they're in the middle of the Great Depression? So these is white people with this gold and silver?
It don't matter what you're saying, brother. They was giving $20 for that gold for each pound. that you
Yes.
had in your closet. Nigga,
Yes.
once you got that $20, that gold did not belong to you.
Yes.
No,
Can
bro.
I
You're
read the
reading it in
rest?
law, man. What is wrong? What the fuck is wrong?
Yes.
Can I read the
Yes.
rest? Because this is
Yes.
interesting.
Go ahead.
So in 1934, the Gold Reserve Act reset the official gold price. Because remember, the original price was $20.67 per
Right.
ounce.
After they got it, they went up.
Okay. Then when they got all the Gold Reserve Act reset the official gold price to $35 per ounce, giving an instant profit to the government.
Yep.
Private citizens could not legally own gold bars or bullion again until President Gerald Ford signed a bill restoring full ownership rights on December 31st, 1974. Okay, that's where I came in 1974 about, but it
That,
didn't
but
matter at that time anymore because
you ain't
we had
got
got
it.
off the gold standard.
Right.
So who
But see
cares?
that what in 1974, after Ford did that, he did that because of um um the Sewage and Utilities Act, that, or you could call it the Water Act, the Clean Water Act again, to reincorporate a new America or new United States under a new different government. So now wherever water, sewage, or current electrical is going, utilities is going, that's United States. That's considered United States property. So if you're riding on the road and it's imaginary sewage running up under those roads, anything above that is United States property because it's over the water flow. So they started a brand new government in 1974. That's why Ford went on and opened it up, because now he's allowing the national to actually be represented again, the republic to be represented again. But you got to have your own fucking money, your own gold, and you don't have it because they took it already.
Well, I just said they allowed you to have it again, but they already took it.
Yeah. So you gonna go digging from new gold? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I know. Where you gonna find new gold from?
I'm
Now you
telling
gotta
you.
buy. You gotta buy it back from them.
Yeah. Then you're gonna be regulated on how you digging for it and how you excavating the ground. You got to spend all this kind of money to do this and do that. When you
Oh
ain't got
yeah,
that,
because they deemed it like they're trying to stop water pollution, so you
nope.
can't go dig for it anymore because
You
now
can't.
you are violating a regulation
You can't
to
even use a
prevent
pan. You can't even use
water
a
pollution.
pan. You can't even use a pan unless you're on your own property.
Hmm.
You can't go in the national parks or none of that to search for gold using a pan off the river. You can't do it. Yeah, it's kind of jail.
Yep.
I think this shit is a game. Man, better learn how to read and memorize some shit.
Very interesting. Um, None of your business. You need to get up here because none of your business know a lot. That's a lady, right? None of your business.
Yes.
She's very well versed.
Yeah, she know her thing.
Yeah, I'm very impressed by her.
Whenever y'all
All right,
finish with the
sister.
fantasy, I'll show you some real maternal evidence.
Yeah, sure. We ready, decarb.
I'm gonna give you one last shot, Derek. You got to be able to rebut him, man. You just gonna let Nani just say all that shit, man? You better come with some goodies. Man, you better be lucky I'm over here washing
Aton,
dishes.
Who better be
Aton,
lucky?
bring up.
You.
Big I slap you up out here. Come on, bro. Bring your soap and your dish towel and come with it. Goddamn. I'm gonna dry your ass off over here.
All right. I'm
Do you got
on
Man, y'all
Aton?
all come visit me tomorrow. I want y'all all to come visit me tomorrow. We gonna talk shit.
it. All right.
I don't even have your link to your channel.
Put it in the front in the back chat. Copy and paste it.
It's right there on my screen at Abby Do Abby Don't. That's it.
Yep. That's what it is.
That's what
Ask
it is.
Nati why we can't be deported, then ask him why he can be deported, but
Nati, do you have a channel, Nati?
don't answer. Oh, no. I'm not looking to be famous.
That's not about being famous. That's about sharing information.
I just share it on you guys' things. You know, you got
Oh,
to
okay.
help build up your things. I can help bring some substance around different than what's going on. I gonna bring my different thing. I pull up to the club with my ceiling missing. I pull up to the club with my roof missing. Girl, I'm different. I'm different. I'm different.
Oh, heartfelt. That's mean.
Let me help Heartfelt Santa.
That's
He's a
mean.
he's a FBA straggler. I don't know nothing about no deportation, big man. I don't follow no government. I don't apply to them rule. I don't abide or obligated in any type of form, fashion up under them rule. I done got myself out of them things. So I don't know what you got in your head about borders and lines. It's
But I don't.
imagination.
Can I
That's
ask you something? Not like I
colonizer.
don't understand why. Um, this is no slight to you, heartfelt, but I don't understand why you would say that. Like, I understand tether babble, where immigrants come over here and just be completely disrespectful to Black Americans, but he just don't seem like that to me.
What do you mean about that? Give me an example of that.
A tether?
That the disrespect for someone coming over to the land,
Oh, you
being
ain't never heard
disrespect.
of a tether?
Listen. I hear it all the time, sis. I'm
Okay, well,
asking,
I'll tell you what a
give
tether
me an
is.
example of it.
I'm not confused about what a tether is.
No
It's
example.
an immigrant that comes over here,
An
talk shit,
example.
and they talk shit about Black America. I'm just telling you generally.
But can you
Cause
give me an example? Because I hear the definition. I'm not questioning your definition. You don't have to explain that. I want the example that someone is always claiming that this is happening.
okay, I cannot give you a specific example, and
Uh,
this is why. Cause when I see them, I just I just move on. I'm not
So
even interested in hearing what they talking about because
you
I
remember that
already
time?
I already know what they on.
You remember that time Buster Rhyme come up and give his little speech about the hip hop is the Caribbean and
Tether babble,
Hispanic community. Bloop, 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 bloop.
tether babble.
Hold
That
up.
was complete disrespect.
I said, do you remember? You remember it?
Yeah, I do.
All right, okay. So watch this, and I just want you to see the background of it. Don't don't get on your heartstring. This individual is Buster Rhyme, and
Hmm.
he's giving an interview on a Spanish network platform.
So
I said, hold on, just understand what I'm saying. His whole transparency is to sell records, especially in this platform in his genre of music. He's trying to develop something. This is business. I can understand someone who's not understanding business and how to um sell and commercialize yourself. I
so
understand.
Nati,
But what
do
I'm
you
saying is,
understand? Do you
hold on,
understand
sis.
integrity?
Hold
Do
on,
you
sis.
understand the word
Please.
integrity?
Sis,
Truth?
there's no integrity or truth in business. Business is business. There's no friends. There's no emotions. There's no love and hate relationship. It's green shaking hands with green.
So
That's
guess
all
what
it
you
is.
just told me? Just guess what
But
you just
that's
told me?
not his premise
That
in life.
your
That's why he
hold on,
can't look
let
at
me
us as
hold on.
But
anybody.
it is what it
Hold on,
is.
D Cobb.
You
This is what you
cannot
just
go
told me,
outside of the
Nati.
structure.
What you just told me is that your character is flawed. That's what you just told me.
Oh my
Because
goodness.
Yes.
Okay, so now you're
you are
gonna blame it on
justifying
me because of the
someone.
facts of
No, your
television.
character is flawed
Hold
because you
on,
are
hold on.
justifying someone willing to just fly with the wind for
It's
money instead of standing 10
business.
toes down on the truth.
It's
So
nothing for him to stand down
if you are sitting
outside of his
there
capital.
saying that
Oh
this is
my God.
okay, then your integrity is flawed.
Look,
Unless you
sis.
telling me that unless you telling me that Busta Rhymes is like a Booker T. Washington, who, if you know his history, he played a coon to get money from white folks and was funneling that money into black organizations. Now, unless you can prove
I
to
don't
me
know
that
nothing
Busta
but
Rhymes
Busta
is doing
Rhymes.
that, then that is tether babble.
Okay, so you again, I just asked you to separate emotions from business, which you're showing that your ability to do that is not acute. What I'm
I am
asking,
not
oh,
Real
sis,
naughty,
I am
sis,
not
naughty.
doing
let
that. No,
me
I'm not.
Hold
finish.
on.
Allow
Hold on. Let
me
me
No, I'm
to
can I
not.
say something?
The
finish.
answer is no, I'm not.
You
Because
are.
I
You
rather go
getting
to
hold on,
back
bed at
into
Abby.
your
night.
feelings
My
because
father
Abby.
taught
he
me
wasn't
that
there.
if
He
you don't
wasn't. He
have your
wasn't
Abby.
there
word,
promoting for Black Lives Matter. He wasn't there
Listen.
promoting for
Abby.
FBA agendas. He wasn't there promoting for Indian identity. He was on a Spanish platform promoting his genre of music, and the
so
world
you are
took.
okay with white people
Hold
doing
on,
it, doing
sis.
this shit.
Hold
Like
on,
if you,
sis.
my
Abby.
father told me, if you don't have
This
your word,
man, this
you
shit.
have nothing, and he
Go
doesn't
ahead.
have his
Abby.
I'm gonna
word
let y'all
because
speak.
he was
Hold on. But
lying.
Abby. Hold on
I'm
1 second.
sorry.
Hold on. Hold on.
I'm
No,
a
no,
mute. I'm
no.
sorry.
No, no, no. No, no. Don't mute. Listen. Just listen. Because what you're saying is totally correct. But that's called an American standard.
Oh
That's what
my
makes us
God.
us. Is because we do righteous business by the heart. When we
No,
shake your hand to do business, that means we're telling you the truth. That's our
man,
standard. See, where
listen,
he's coming
listen,
from
listen.
is
Why
where
is you
it's the
lying?
hand that hides the
I'm
hand.
gonna let you go in.
See, he's from
Hey,
another side of America. It's called
hey,
the United
Ashley,
States citizen.
well, if
And
that's
they
the
do
case,
business
then
a whole
Superman's
different way.
if that's the case, Superman the tethers, Derek, because ask that nigga the same question. Go
But
crazy.
he is. Because their mindset is these people that's in charge today are the people that should be in charge.
And you have to learn how to separate business from
But they're not telling
foolishness.
you,
Hold on.
they're both
See why
not
you got
telling
to
you
interrupt.
that you were in charge
Because you
first.
done, bro.
And when you were in charge, you did
And
right
this
business as a country. That's why it was called great. Because you
And
did
this why
great
we don't
business.
fuck with Jay-Z. This why we don't fuck with Officer Tatum. This
Come on,
we
man.
reject these kind of people because they don't have integrity. And what you're saying right now is that you are okay with this man having no integrity because he's trying to get a dollar. I'd
That
rather
was on
that
those
dollar is blood
people. When
money.
can I get something to
Don't
say?
nobody want that blood money.
Are you guys gonna allow me to speak?
What you saying is some bullshit. So, but I'll let you speak.
No, no, he don't understand that. That's how we think. I told you he's on the outside looking in through the window. He ain't in the house. See, we learned that shit in the house from our people. He don't understand that. He think all this American business is white people, and they on the outside looking in. See, I'm speaking from the heart because I speak with integrity. That's why I can stand here as a 55-year-old man. I didn't go to college, but I stood on my 10 toes. when it comes to business.
You done?
Naughty, you really hurt my
Oh
heart,
my
man.
God.
I really
Y'all ain't gonna
I
let
really
me get
thought you was
in
on
that.
something else.
Oh, goddamn.
I really thought you was on something else. But you
Ooh,
that like
shit.
I ain't down with that at all.
You gonna let me
That
get in? Oh, you ain't gonna let me get in.
go on, get in, go on.
Thank you.
I just
Thank
wanted you
you.
to know that you hurt my
Ah,
heart with that one.
I'm not here to tickle your fancy. I'm here to give you the hardcore
No,
facts.
you in here for $1.
Here we go. Here we go. Let me finish, please. When you read your law, someone just tried to sell you a fairy tale land telling you that the money is backed by gold and woo, woo, woo. For the 1933 Act, the House Joint Resolution, la, 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 la. Nazi come in and show you, yo, this a fucking lie. Look, this is what's really going on right here. And you're gonna be mad at me because I'm showing you business, but someone else is want to give you a heartstring and lead you down a road of nothingness. But I'm trying to give
No,
you
no, no,
hold
no,
up,
no,
sis. Please
no.
don't interrupt, please. I'm giving you facts of what it is in reality.
That's
But
your
yet
reality on
someone
the
That's your
outside.
damn, bro,
reality.
hold
That ain't
on,
our
You on the
bro.
reality.
outside. You
Just
think
hold
it's that
on,
way.
bro. Just hold on. Just
That's
hold
not
on.
our reality.
It's
Our
not your
reality
again, again, again,
is not
sis.
selling
You're
our
saying
soul
it's not your reality. It's
for a
the
dollar
reality
bill.
of what transpired. He was on a Spanish platform for music and he's selling his music. It wasn't for reality now. He wasn't there for FBA. He wasn't there for speaking for Aboriginal. He wasn't there in place of Nation of Islam. He was there for his ability to sell his music. Why are you saying he's supposed to mix his goddamn emotions in with his
That's
music?
not emotions, that's knowledge.
No,
But his
no,
music
it's
ain't Spanish.
oh my
He
goodness,
could just lie.
knowledge. This woman said
He could
knowledge.
just
Right.
lie
This
on
man
Let them
he could
is
see.
just lie on
linking.
us so he could
Lie
sell his
on
music.
who? Lie on who?
People have that have supported him for
Okay. So
black
do you believe that
foundational
hip
black
hop
Americans
started
that
in the
supported
Caribbean?
him for decades. He could just turn
No,
his
I'm
back
asking.
on us just so he could sell his music
I'm
in
asking.
another country. That is unacceptable.
No, man.
I don't
Naughty.
know how how
Do you
that's
think hip hop started
unacceptable.
in the Caribbean?
If you trying to sell, if Sade was selling, she from Africa. Sade want to come and sell what she need to come and sell in America. She ain't for the fucking shut out Africa. For the always run up and down with no African
She
headdress.
should.
Hold up, she's not. Business is
Wait,
business. Business is not
hold on.
emotional.
Who didn't
She
know who
can't sell.
Sade?
She can't
Who didn't know
sell
who
her
Sade
product
was and we
with a
love her?
prejudiced outlook.
Who didn't
Woman,
know
what
who
is
Sade
wrong with
was and we loved her
y'all?
anyway?
What's
Who
wrong with
didn't
So,
y'all?
know?
Y'all will never have
so
nothing, bro.
here's it.
Y'all
Who
Man,
didn't
too
know who
caught up
see,
Sade
on y'all
was
that's
and
too
we
funny.
caught up
love her
on y'all
anyway?
It's
shit. I giving you an
y'all
Hand
too
example.
caught up.
somebody.
I
So
giving you an
now, hold on.
example of
What
someone
do you
from
mean,
somewhere
y'all?
else
Who is y'all?
trying to make their
Who
sell
is y'all?
their production and
Who is y'all?
advertise
He
themselves
bullshitting
inside of
just
a
like you
place that they're
bullshit.
not from or wherever the fuck it is. They have to cater to what the fuck they is. It's not where you from, it's where you at. What the fuck is wrong with that? I don't understand your way of thinking, bro. That's emptiness thinking. That's poor thinking to
You know
me.
why we think different?
Everything
Because
got to be about
no,
your
you know
emotions
what?
and your
You know
feelings.
why we
You
think
can't
different?
think business
Because
minded
we
at all.
variant.
You can't make strategic cuts. You can't make strategic decisions. You can't even if your ankle is tight, if your foot is tied to a chain and ball, you wouldn't be able to cut off your foot so you can be free. You'll leave that anchor and ball on you, that ball and chain upon your ankle there,
You
just to
talk
live for
and
the
talk
rest of your
and
life
talk
because you're afraid to cut
and
off the
talk,
goddamn
but you
foot,
be
or you're
bullshitting.
afraid to cut off
That's
You
the
a
ain't got
chain,
horrible
or you're
no
analogy.
afraid to cut
That
off
is
the
horrible.
ball, or you're afraid to cut off the
man.
brace.
That is
Are you
This
horrible.
finished?
shit crazy,
That is a
man.
Are you
horrible
finished?
analogy.
That's
Nigga,
not no
A
horrible
metaphor,
you ain't
analogy.
us,
That's
excuse me.
what
nigga.
you say. because
No,
your
nigga, you
fucking
just
That
ain't
was
heart
heard.
and your
horrible.
emotions so
And it was
attached.
kind of
Yeah,
downright
nigga, because this
You
disgusting.
is our shit.
scared of cutting shit off.
No, we ain't, nigga. We ain't gotta
You
cut
want to
nothing off.
keep
We at
holding on
home.
emotions when it's time
You
to
know
do
what we need to
business,
cut off,
nigga.
Naughty.
I couldn't go
Naughty.
nowhere
You know what we
and do
need to cut off?
business with you
All
when I
y'all.
know you finna get emotional. Not at all,
Nigga, we
bro.
need to cut
Never,
all
nowhere.
y'all off.
I couldn't go to the Chicos for to go buy 200 plates of food, hanging with you, talking about you. My side is supposed to be my partner, but you all up in your emotions every time we talking about business. Nah, bro. Oh, I gotta look for the black people to do this and do that because I'm black.
Wait,
And
so
nah.
to run a
Naughty. Why
successful
you come over
business,
here
you
This
if
have
shit
to
we
you
crazy.
ain't
have to
about
lose
shit?
your integrity.
This shit crazy. Business. Get
To
out
run
the
a
fucking
successful
heartstring
business, you have to
shit
lose your
and get
integrity.
on
You
business.
have to not
If
you
if
have to
sis,
lie to the people.
if you
That's
was
what you're
if
saying.
you say you was rich in a time of the early 1900s or the 1800s and you say your people was endowed with riches, they was endowed with riches on business, not motherfucking heartstrings,
Our heartstrings
not
do business.
emotions.
Our
When they
emotions
went to
do
the
business.
bank, they went to the bank doing business. They had to
Yes.
cut this, claim that, not claim this, not fucking smile, skin no teeth, or grin. They had to go in handling business.
We do that today.
No, nigga, you sitting there telling me you going there and talking about your emotional ancestors and shit, nigga. Oh, I feel about my emotional
Naughty.
ancestors from the
Naughty.
1800s. Got me
Naughty.
feeling like this today, man. Get
Naughty.
out of here, bro. Y'all
Naughty.
niggas crazy.
Won't you get out of
But
here?
I'm funny.
Won't you get out of here?
I'm laughing
Won't
at
you
it.
leave?
I'm having
Okay, cool, nigga.
a
You
good
somewhere else. You
a
ain't even
good
in the States.
comedy show watching y'all
Good,
niggas.
nigga. You sound naughty. You realize you sound like an African?
I don't care
You know
what
that,
you
right?
say. You don't hurt me, bro.
You sound like a tether.
That talk do not hurt me because
I
you
don't
are
give a damn about no hurting
emotional
you. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm telling you how
disturbed.
people view you in the comments.
You're emotional damage. Emotional
No, nigga, we
damage.
at home doing
You're
business.
emotional damage. You ain't doing no
No,
business. You ain't doing
no,
no
we're not.
business. Stop
No, we're
lying.
just not like you.
The white man faced all over the money. How you doing business? Show me where you doing business. Show me some representation of you.
You want to see representation. You
Yeah,
know what
it
it goes
says United States of America, all on them dollar
Yes,
bills.
it does.
And
And
then
we
got
are the
all that white
Americans
man
in the
face
United
on it.
States of
And when I
America.
drive up and down the road and I look over to the right and I see them big old houses, I see white man living in them big old houses with all that land. I look over to the left, I see white man living all in them big old houses with all that land. I don't see no man love of we living in a big. I might see one, two, maybe a couple here or
It ain't
one
no
or two
we.
there. Nigga, it
Where
ain't
you
no.
from? Where you
See,
from?
there you go.
Naughty.
The
Where
white
you
man. Do
from?
you hear the story, bro?
Nigga,
Fight the
ain't no white
white
men where you from?
man.
Ain't no white men where you
Yeah.
from?
See,
Ain't they
this is
living
the
in the big
game
houses
plan
where you
right
at?
here. You falling right for it. Fight the people
Ain't they
that's
living in the big
around
houses where
you
you at?
instead of fighting the real
Hey, why ain't you
objectives
fighting
and
at your homeland? Why ain't you fighting in your
operatives.
homeland? Why ain't you fighting in your
Instead of
homeland?
fighting the real operatives, you're gonna fight the niggas that's
Don't worry,
standing
we
right
good.
next to you.
Yeah,
Poverty,
we good.
poor, hungry, just like
Yeah,
you hungry. You're
naughty.
gonna look
You
over
can't
at
even
me and
tell
get mad
nobody
at me
where you
because that
from.
white man eating fat. So
Man,
you
that
gonna look
wasn't,
at
you ain't
me
worried
like
about
I's
me.
the problem. He's
Oh,
retarded.
you don't get,
You
okay,
retarded.
naughty,
You
naughty.
retarded. You
You
retarded.
retarded.
You
Because right
retarded.
now, the US
You're
dollar is
retarded.
96%
Duh,
down.
duh, duh, duh.
So you want to
Duh,
have a
Oh,
conversation?
duh.
I want to ask Naughty. Naughty, may I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So
If it's a
so
rational
like
question, of course.
it is a rational question. So Jesse Peterson, you know who that is?
Hmm.
Yeah, you know who that
Okay.
is.
So do you so
Do you
because
know who he is? D Dub.
I'm talking to you
D
right now,
Cobb.
Naughty. I'm talking to you right now, Naughty. So you say you know who he
Shit,
is, right?
he know who he is too,
I'm
pussy.
asking you, do you know who he
Yeah,
is?
yes, I said yes, ma'am.
Okay. So focus on me right now. So Do you think that what he's doing, because he's doing it for $1 right here in America, it's still for $1. It doesn't matter where you are. It's still for $1. Do you think that is justified what he's doing?
What are you comparing what he do? What do you mean?
How he conducts his interviews, what he's saying in his interviews, because he's getting a mighty dollar for it. But I mean, he is getting a mighty dollar. So is he justified in what he's doing?
Is he justified playing the game to pull people in their heartstrings about certain topics?
Just, is it a yes or a no?
I mean, that's his business.
Is it a yes, or is he justified in what he's
In
doing?
handling
Answer the
business, he
question.
is justified in
He's
handling
justified.
business.
Okay.
Yes.
So let me ask a follow-up question. Now, you understand that throughout history, black people like him have been used to make racist white people comfortable in their own thought processes. So with knowing that, and knowing the struggles that we have with white people and their oppression of us, is he still justified? Would you consider him one of us?
I would consider he has the right, like everyone else has the right to the First Amendment.
I asked you.
I'm telling you, you're not gonna take my answer.
But these are yes or no questions.
And
do you consider him one of us?
An American?
Do you consider him a part of our community? I'll put it that way. Knowing that what he's doing is giving racist white people and oppressors the fuel
I can't say he's a part
the fuel
of.
that they need to justify their thoughts, their actions. Do you consider him a part of our community?
I can't say he's a part of a certain sect of community, but he does have his own right to
You already asked.
profess or proclaim what he chooses to by his voice. With his voice, he got the right to freedom of speech.
You could fix it for him.
Whether it be controversial or minutes, he got the right to freedom of speech. And I have
didn't
to
ask you if he had
observe
the right to
his
freedom of
right.
speech. I didn't ask you that.
I have to observe his right.
You're trying to get around what I'm asking you. Everyone has the right to freedom of speech, but you don't have the right to freedom of consequences. So do you think, so let me ask it a different way about freedom of speech, because you don't have the right to freedom of consequences. The consequences to that speech that he is speaking is that the black community don't fuck with him. Do you think that's wrong?
Give him the 10-minute warning. Go ahead, y'all.
Do you think we should still embrace him? Like he shouldn't have a consequence for the things that he's saying out of his mouth?
What is his actions?
Do you? Come on.
I'm just saying, a person can say what they
You're a
want
smart
to
man.
say.
You're a smart man. So
Consequences only come with actions,
ignorant
though,
now.
sis. Consequences shouldn't come in America. Consequences shouldn't come with speech or verbal.
That's not true. Do you understand what freedom of speech means?
Do you understand what it means?
What is freedom? What does the First Amendment mean? Freedom of speech. What does it mean?
I got the right to say what I want to say, long as I
No.
don't cause.
What does the First Amendment
How you
mean?
gonna tell me?
What does the First Amendment mean?
How you gonna tell me?
The
You
onus
ready?
is on you. You're the one who's
You gonna
spreading
let
the
me
First
say
Amendment.
it?
The onus is on you.
You
Tell
keep
me
interrupting me as
tell
soon
me
as I
what the
say what
First
I'm
Amendment
saying.
means to you.
Throw it out, bro.
What does it mean to you? Just answer the question. What does it mean to you? I want to see what your understanding is.
I got the freedom to press. I got the freedom to observe religion or not. I got the freedom to speech. I got the freedom to contest my government with my speech. I got the freedom to contest you with my speech. I got the freedom to say what the fuck I want to say out my mouth without having any consequences behind
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Freedom of speech is freedom to contest your government. It's not about about freedom of speech in private. No, because you don't have freedom from consequences. Because hold on. So if you scream fire in a crowded
that's against the law. Now you causing a riot. That's against the law.
So you don't have freedom of speech against freedom of consequences then. So you don't.
Again.
Okay, and then hate speech. Do you have freedom to agitate?
Causes consequences.
Do you have freedom to agitate a crowd with hate speech? You do not. Freedom of speech is specifically for freedom to speak against
as long as you're
your
in that
government.
crowd. As long as you're in that crowd.
Private citizens.
I'm trying to give you the law right now. As long as you're in that crowd and you don't create that crowd into a riotous or violent event, you could sit there and say Santa Claus is purple, goddamn Trump is a monkey, every goddamn black person in America is stardust. You could say whatever you want to say, and it doesn't matter, as long as I don't produce this crowd into a riot.
He's somewhat right.
No, man, I know what I'm talking about. I do law all the time. What are you talking about, sis?
You're right. But what he's not actually putting in there is the whole dynamic of freedom of speech in America. The reason, the principle behind it. Because in America, you have the right to say what you want. That's true. But in America, you will undergo the right of repercussion. So now if you say fuck your mama and I bust you in the mouth, that's the most American shit.
That's anywhere. That's in the world, bro. The right is you not putting your hands on me or fucking with me because I say what I say.
That's not
That's
true.
the right. The fuck
No,
y'all mean?
No, that's not the right.
What's wrong with you?
See,
y'all don't know.
you
Y'all
think,
not real Americans. I don't know what's wrong with y'all.
You think you can say fuck your mama and then I gotta call the
have a
police.
good night. God,
No,
dummies.
see, that's what you get wrong about
Don't try to
America.
run.
No. He know we right. He understand that, but see, he's trying to use the law. He's saying like, if I say fuck your mama, I can't bust him in the mouth. I gotta call the police, and they gotta handle him. No, nigga, that's not the American way. See, freedom of speech come with consequences and repercussions. Period.
That's what I was trying to tell him. You had the freedom to speak, but you don't have the freedom from repercussions from your speech.
Right. No. See, outsiders think the police is the ones that should be the ones making that choice. No, the American way, niggas, we get on what we mad at. Period. Always been that way. We humble warriors. As a community, as a people, as a motherfucking nation. All this shit about law and all that ain't got nothing to do with us. We live on morals. We know what right and wrong is. Period.
And he not living on any kind of value.
He's living on the outsider's laws as a crutch to be here. See, we live here. This our house. So we treat it as such. We treat the people of the house as such. See, outsiders don't understand that. They think that somebody else made this house. This house was a family long before anybody else came. And they thinking we was dumb people, or no, nigga, we very smart. That's why today I can tell you that the gold certificate and silver certificate notes is what you need to be doing with your life, because that's the real motherfucking gimmick. Those gold and silver certificate notes are in the trillions today, and they going up every day. And they're about to be allocated to all of us, because you have to do that to kill the Federal Reserve, because the Federal Reserve was put in so they can be the mediator of what we were doing in the first place. And that's where people trying to tell you, oh, that didn't happen. No, nigga, follow the money. Turn of the century, gold and silver was money, period. Pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, silver dollars, half dollars, that's money. A $20 gold piece, that's money. That paper shit was redeemable for gold for 50 years. Then it went to be a whole situation of we're going to use all this gold and silver to back all the economy, the entire thing. Now he's saying, oh, well, that gold is gone. And no, nigga, they put it up and made accounts. See, nobody can explain to me, what does back mean? Back means that somebody got something and they saying, all right, I'm willing to front you whatever you need so you get your shit going. But now they never told you that they got fronted by the niggas that they were saying that they hated. So now these people's grandchildren running around here, they the only ones that can save this country today. Their assets need to be in their hands. That's the only way this works today. Otherwise, gold and silver will go through the roof, and that means the dollar bill won't be worth shit. That means you're paying $20 for gas. That means you're paying $19 for a motherfucking loaf of bread. That means all that shit. That means everybody's poor.
I ain't gonna lie, none of your business. You my kind of lady. She ain't playing.
See, you don't understand, Abby. Some of us actually, but some of us actually understand how history goes when it comes to following the money, because that's the most important part. Because they never tell you the most important thing is who was minting the gold and silver. That's American money. That's not the United States. The United States never minted gold and silver. They always had bills that was on credit. That's all the way back until 1864. When they became a circulated note throughout the country.
I was watching this. I'm sorry. I'm kind of changing the subject. I'm gonna let you stay on this subject for a while.
No, I mean I'm just giving you a general overview. Because when you look at the stock market today, gold and silver is the hottest thing going. And the only people that got gold and silver certificate notes today from back then is us. Instead of paying us back in 33, they took it from us. And then they put it all on hold and let it gain interest, because that's how they actually was getting money. Our interest is what they use for interest, but they were just giving us our money back. They had to pay it back because we're not supposed to be taxpayers, but they never paid us back. So in 71, he just came off the gold and went on what you call trust. And it was actually the next generation, which is our generation, our trust. Our actual trust. became the interest. And since we were looking at Africa, we ain't know that we had money here that was left
And
from our grandparents.
that's long after they used our bodies as interest at the banks.
Our bodies has been
That's
the
another
interest,
story.
but no, our bodies were always the interest. See, you got to
That is
understand,
true.
even when the
Even
gold and silver was on the
now,
street,
we are even now we are like we are the currency of America. Even now,
we were always the currency, Abby. Always.
Yep.
I figured out a lot of shit. Like, you understand why the queen on the chessboard can move in any direction, wherever she needs to. You understand the king can only move so many spaces. Do you understand what that theory is? Because the king,
it's because you want me to tell you what my theory is before you give me yours, or you want it? Okay. I think it's because that at heart, our communities, the Black communities, are matriarchal societies. And I kind of learned this through like Marxism, and also I really it blew my mind that the one of the founders of Project 2025, his PhD, his master's and his PhD was in history, but his concentration was in African American studies. And I said, why would a motherfucker that don't like us study it so hard? And of course, you could pull up dissertations and online, and he talks about how we're matriarchal societies, and that's why they try so hard to break up the Black family unit.
yes, that's true. But
Exactly.
now use that same theory economically.
Mm-hmm.
And then go back to the 1900s, the early 1900s, 1910, 1920. Now put that theory into process economically. Now, if you put it in process economically, in that time, in the turn of the century, gold and silver is king, right? They run the economy, period. So now gold would be representing the king who bought the house, because gold would buy houses. But now everything in the house that woman needs to raise these children from babies to producing adults, the economic is set in silver.
In silver.
Because that's the strongest element, not the king. The king is the settling element. The queen is the actual element that moves the energies that needs to be moved
around the board. I got you.
We about to get up out of here. Yeah, we about to get up out of here, yo.
But that's why gold and silver certificates are important, because that's what ran out. But yeah, I appreciate time. We don't talk.
I'm sorry, we just didn't took over.
Nah, y'all good. Y'all good. Yo, I've been listening.
It was very productive. I learned a lot. I gotta circle back and learn some more because I had to go grocery shopping, and I know y'all talked a lot about some interesting stuff that I didn't get to hear.
All right, y'all. We'll talk. On the next one. I go live Monday through Thursday.
I'll see y'all tomorrow.
I go live Monday through Thursday.
You got a channel too, Abby?
You go, yeah. It's on the thing. Abby
What's your channel? Huh?
We'll be there tomorrow on Tuesdays and Thursdays. But you go live when, Aton?
What's the name of your channel?
Monday through Thursday.
Oh, Monday through Thursday.
Around
4:30. It's Abby Do, Abby Don't. It's on the
I'll check it out.
Panel.
Okay, I'll check you out definitely.
Please do.
All right, sis. Appreciate you coming up.
All right. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chats. Bye,
All right,
everyone.
bro. A good show, man. You know
Very
you.
good show.
Appreciate it.
Very informative. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Anytime.
Bye-bye.
All right now.
Hey, Aton, before you go, I'm gonna hit you up on your line. I just don't know when to hit you. Like, what's a good time?
Call me anytime.
All right, for sure, for sure.
All right. Well, everybody, you already know what time it is. We're gonna close out with some of these last songs. And then, you know, when the song is over, it's over. You know what I mean? So appreciate everybody. You know, Mondays be kind of hectic and wild. I was late. But yeah, it's a whole lot of things that we got to cover, as you can hear and see. We got to clarify some things. I think people think they've already attacked it and it's been done and it's over with. It's not over with. So yeah. So in the meantime, in between time, we are going to exit. Appreciate everybody coming up. J Dub, appreciate you. None of your business. E Knots, Nate, Noddy, Derek, Abby, Rich, and everybody else that didn't chat in there that was here. Appreciate you. All right. And when these songs is over, it's over.
We want freedom by any means necessary. We want justice by any means necessary. We want equality by any means necessary. We don't feel that in 1964, living in a country that is supposedly based upon freedom and supposedly the leader of the free world, we don't think that we should have to sit around and wait for
all of your assets, you have to protect it. Just set your trust up, come get your status corrected. Yeah, you know we moving more than mountains. Fuck your school, fuck your voting system, fuck your water fountains. Melanin, I know you heard of me. You can never murder me. I want that gold you owe me now and gold from 1933. I want y'all to stand on all the treaties that you sold to me. Cause we was already here, y'all came on a boat to me. And know this God-given land we all holding feet. Simple, absolute gratitude, your majesty. I am not in my straw man, you not controlling me. Certified, signed, sealed, stamped by the notary. Don't try to lie to my face like you ain't just a colonist who tricked us with contracts, but you fail to acknowledge it. In history books of fertilizer, one big pile of shit. Acting like you freed us from slavery, but ain't abolished it. The plantation just got renovated. Driver's license and passports are the new slave papers. How they foreclosing on the ones they gave acres. We allowed them entry, even trusted them as neighbors. They took everything from us and made us ask for favors. And posed as the only helping hand that's there to save us. Boycott, don't try to keep up with the fad. Cause the money that we save, the properties that we rehab. Tears don't fall from my eyes. Cause they see our what, but they don't see our why. You was born in June, but I only seen July. Influenced by bad spirits like a DUI. You ain't do no estate planning, but you think you fly. Now we gon' need 3 fish fries to see you die. We the revolt, boy, don't play with me. The time is now, this royalty over slavery. I'm the coach, quotes coded in O for the ghost loaded focus. Chrome in the coat, king with the cloak, smoking that hocus pocus. Infinite styles, pivot and pile up the mileage. I'm wild with the science. You see the line on my avatar, iron jaw pride. I to devour the silence. Why you niggas steady lying? Got me laughing hard, satire and fraud. I fire the squad. Wise get crossed when I'm sparring with all the guards. Author of art, carving a mark in the bark of the market at large. Target the sharks, heart of a Spartan. I sharpen the margin with bars. You rather bargain and dodge. I'd rather you come get your taxes done. Black suit back, room facts in a stack. I'm relaxing the maximum. Get out of the pocket, the profit of rocket. Then I just might tax you punks. Bracket your funds, subtracting in chunks. Reacting to acid, you're begging a punch. Sometimes my community hard-headed, scarred, dreading the lessons. I chart head and start spreading the message. Embedded in pressure. Stopping living, I'm private with it. No corporate percentage. Discharging debt with a pen stroke. You still don't notice the vision. I've been telling y'all you don't want to debate me. Weighty and ready. Great with machetes, linguistically shredding the petty. Grab these 15 acres. Landscape major, plan made paper. Land patent stamped and sacred since my campaign greater. I ain't talking about Ice-T when I say that I can show you law and order. Court recorder, I sort the torture, contort the border. I eat the case, beat the state, leave a trace in a raw supporter. Briefcase aura, got your baby mama thinking that I'm a lawyer. Seminole Indian sentiment, militant on sovereign soil. Private enrollment, tribal component. I'm the boss if you're trying to employ it.
Gosh, baby, infinite.